Okay, we is streaming. Oh my God. Let's see if we connect to live stream. And as always, a minor miracle that we get started in time. And we're now going to go to the channel itself, see if it's registering. And we ask everyone. Oh my God. There we are. We get the echo. Excellent. So that's the best start. The real best start is your upvote. So everybody upvote. And let's see now. So I do hope we're going to to our dear friend Mr. Brendan Zogi, check on the availability of commentary. I don't believe it's there, so you might have to do something if possible. We just do our best to work with the situation. So let's see now when it comes to our man Brendan. Okay, doesn't look like commentary they'll okay, feel free. Okay, but anything that's anything risky. There we are. Okay, and so with that, we're going to do the infinite call. Let's see if we can go to infinite call, and we're going to then press audio. There we go. And we're going to see if we can bring our dear friend Aristides on. T-Take Gray says, good evening, loud and clear, brother. Thank you so very much, T-Take. Very profoundly appreciate that. And everybody, of course, hit that upvote. So thank you so much, dear Aristides. I believe you joined us.
Yep.
And so with that in mind, dear sir, yeah, go ahead and give everybody the blurb. It doesn't look like commentary is available to me, but maybe you see something different. I doubt it.
We can tell you in a couple minutes. I need a couple minutes to
get
settled.
Worries. No worries. Take your time to get settled. I'll hold the stage for you. It's not urgent. If we can't get the commentaries up tonight, we'll just keep working at it for the near future.
We'll see. We'll see. Do you want to check if I'm registering on the audio?
Oh, good idea. Thank you so much. I get so caught up. So say a little something like hello.
Hello, am I registering?
Yes, you are.
No,
you
yeah,
are.
great.
By the way, if you're listening, Amy Lightyear, we will try to get to your question tonight. It's best that Brendan handle that question because you asked him directly. If he's able to come on, then he'll try and present a good answer to your query, which I believe was the episode before last, and I totally forgot about it with everything else that was going on. And we didn't get to it on the last episode, but we'll try and get to it tonight. And so everybody, most blessed be who joins us. And the upvote is existential because we have to keep the algorithm going. So there's that, and when Aristides is ready, I'll reach for the cell phone and leave Brendan a text message. In fact, I can do that now while maintaining myself online. And with that, I put my earbuds back in, and we just wait till our man Aristides has settled in. So, dear Aristides, it's been quite the last few days. As always, barely get to sit down and get the show started before we get into it. So we do hope to be joined by many more listeners. We've got a good number already, and thanks so much to T-Tank Berry. And how are you doing? You've settled in just yet, Aristides? And oh Jesus, did he get cut off?
Get it now. I'm getting there.
Okay. Oh, take your time,
Yeah.
then. I'll hold the stage.
And
And so our had a lot of things going on with everyone. I'm trying to catch up right now on a lot of private messages, and they're coming in as we speak. I want to thank all of those wonderful people who have entered commentary over the past few days. And oh, good, I don't need to cellular text him. And so okay, so here's what is going to happen. We're going to wait till after the episode uploads, since commentary is not
yeah.
available during live stream anyway.
Yeah.
We're
I'm not seeing the
yeah.
denial message
Yeah.
because it was showing that right away
Uh-huh.
when it was blocked.
Right. Right.
Even during the live, it was. I think it said comments are disabled. I think.
Yes, that's
Like
quite
we didn't
correct.
have to wait till after to find out.
That's right. That's correct. That's correct.
So we
And
will presume, yes, that they'll come on.
it after the show
Yes.
uploads, commentary may come on, but Brendan will
Yeah.
just do a double check on that after the show is
Yeah.
over. And so I do want people to know I try to at least make it to midnight, but it was a busy past few days, and it's going to be a busy day tomorrow. Tomorrow, this side of the international dateline, my mother's death day rolls around. In Asia, it was already her death day today because and she was born in Asia, so I honor and respect that as much as I do the Gregorian calendrical date this side of the international dateline. So just everyone understand that Asia is always 24 hours ahead of us. They're always a day ahead of us. And for that reason, my mother's death day falls on the same day as the birthday of Guānyīn this year, who the best way to describe her to a Westerner who's never heard of my mother's matron saint, Guānyīn, the goddess of mercy. The best way to describe her would be as a East Asian Virgin Mary or Virgin Mother Mary. It would probably be the closest. In other words, an Asian Madonna, and not as in the pop culture sense, but as in the Maryam sense. So that is why my mother was able to convert to Roman Catholicism so easily, because the trans-identification of Guānyīn, the goddess of mercy, and Mother Marie, or the Madonna figure in the Roman Catholic Church, is so similar. I wouldn't say it's identical, but it's definitely it's cross-cultural in such a manner that the transition is almost seamless. That being said, of course, theologians would probably argue with that, but anyone who's acculturated with East Asia would understand the ease with which East Asians can adapt. And that their culture is very adaptable and mutable in many ways, and yet maintains a coherency and a consistency over the ages. Now, forgive me, because I was out partying throughout St. Patrick's Day, and then spent yesterday essentially in sober contemplation of my mother's death, producing an illustration and a poem, which are available in text. Tomorrow I will spend in more peaceful meditation, and I think I caught it. Oh, a minor cold. I'm gonna sneeze. So as soon as Aristides takes over, I'll sneeze comfortably. All right. So
All right,
whenever you're ready.
Go ahead. Go on mute. I got it. Go.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Now that I am settled, as Doug mentioned, as soon as you arrive, you should hit that upvote, thumbs up, the like, whatever you want to call it, the universal symbol of acknowledgement, not just to show your support, but to show the algorithm that the content is popular and liked, and that affects its likelihood to show up high up in search results or suggested content, etc. In other words, gain Douglas new listeners and potentially supporters, which he needs and which people need to hear him. So to hit the upvote, you need to be logged into YouTube to do that, unfortunately, but that's the way these type things go. If you've never done so, easy way to do that is with a Gmail, same company. So that gets you in the door for free. You don't have to create any account. There could be other ways if you'd like to investigate and you don't have a way to log in or Gmail and you want to hit create account or whatever. I'm sure you can register with a different email and it doesn't have to be a Gmail, but if you already have one, you would want to use that. And in fact, if you have more than one, you can log in. You can switch between. Once you're logged in, there's a little menu up in the corner. You pull it down. There'll be a thing, switch account. You can switch to a different, say, Gmail, or what you can do is even on the one account you're logged in on, you can create sub channels. Normally for publication, you can make more than one, multiple. They can be dummy. You can leave them blank, but the cool thing is they are all capable of their own upvoting. What we're getting at is, just a little bit of legwork there. You can upvote multiple times and try to balance things out here in the Dietrich democracy with all the other things which somehow are not so democratic. You can. I've already done 2 upvotes there myself, and you can do the same. Once you've done that, you will should try out all the other buttons besides the thumbs down, such as the share there. That'll generate a link to the program. Not only will YouTube no doubt see you hitting that button, seeing it shared, and increases the algorithm standing, but it'll create a link. That link is good for both during the live and after. The same link for both once it becomes a replay, regular video. So try that, and all the other things there. Let's see, share, save. Weird. I don't see the clip button this time.
What do you mean? Which button?
The thing where the button where it says clip, where you can cut out a little like 1 minute clip. I'm not seeing it.
Interesting.
I don't know if I don't know. That could be due to changes made with the channel.
Could be.
And if it may be that your content is going to be by default
it could be because we've changed it from Creative Commons to regular YouTube licensing, and maybe people could do that with Creative Commons. That was does that make sense?
What the heck is Creative Commons?
It's hard to explain. I mean, it's not like I'm an expert in this, but basically Creative Commons means that everything you do is public property. And so it was changed to regular YouTube while our man Brendan was in there, and that may have eliminated that clip ability, or it could be another subtle suppression attack. It turns out Brendan did not age restrict the last episode. That was age restricted by YouTube, which is interesting. So it's he says that it was how would I say it? He tends to look at that as a negative, Brendan, but I'm not quite sure how that impacts us too much. It honestly is just well, we won't go into it in detail, but personally, I think kids get through all these blocks just like they get through child-proof medicine bottles. So it's but all that being said, we go back to Aristides now, and we're just going to deal with weird things happening with the channel as they develop. And
just adjusting to kind of some of these tweaks made so you can keep on operating. Looking a couple back, it's the one back, his comments are there. 2 back, comments are off. There's the clip button is there. 1 back, again, let me go back there again. That's the last, that's where the clip button disappeared. That probably is due to, if you did change that, the, you know, from Creative Commons or whatever, because it's probably has to do with, you know, maybe now you want to say, oh, this is my, you know, copyrighted content. So maybe it's, you know, I don't know. I think it has to do, obviously it has to do with the change made at that point. So that's okay. I don't think many people use the clip thing. What you can do is during the replay, not during the live, but during the replay, if you're on a PC, if you have that luxury and you're listening, you can right click at any time and it'll pop on the screen, directly on the screen, and it'll pop up a little a menu there where you can select create a link at current time or something like that. And that just adds a little timestamp to the link that brings it to that time. It's just like the code is just like the ampersand, is that right? Sign. And then the time in seconds. So it's not some weird like tracking thing. I'll do one for an example, but here,
So
yeah, it's just
according to
or
input from,
wait, not, and oh, excuse me, it's the question mark or something. It just has like a symbol and then time equals however many seconds. That's where it brings it to in the episode. Anyway, you can generate that, get people right to a very interesting point in time there without any extra legwork or complication. All I have to do is click on that link, brings them to that time that is useful.
Right. By the way, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, just want to let you know that according to Brendan Zogit's incoming messages, what happens is that he left the clips on, but what suppresses the comments is the age restriction. So he says the age restriction has affected that. It has nothing to do with licensing. Clip feature is the YouTube ability. So we know what it is.
Right.
It's a typical enemy attack. So the enemy, we're constantly under siege, and I hope everyone appreciates that fact. Is because we are telling the truth, and the truth is, well, that's the last thing they want you to hear. So just remember, we'll leave it to Aristides to articulate all the details from this point forward. So take it back to Aristides.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like I said, I really doubt too many people use that clip thing, because it was limited on the time that you could, you know, clip out, and the best thing to do is just send the person the link to the episode that you would like, and if need be, tell them, you know, go to what time to go to. It's easy enough. Or if you, like I said, if you're on the PC, you can generate the timestamp link. Just send it. Just, you know, nothing's perfect. Just send it, share it, check this out. You know, you give people too many instructions already. You're dooming it to failure because, you know, most people don't follow instructions or don't listen. Just be like, yo, check this out.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, just like, check this out. Don't make it too complicated. Just be like, just make it exciting, not complicated. Be like, this is fucking amazing. Check this out. You know, like second half, it gets really good. You know, and try that. You know, have to be like, oh, go to hour 3 minute 45. Whatever feels right there. So just share it. God damn it. And however you think is right, you know, email, text, chat groups, anything, print out, all you go online, type a free QR code generator. You can put in the link, generate a QR code. You can print out, you know, your job, say, you know, use our printing supplies, because nobody likes having a printer at home, unless you have a home business. But other than that, it's hardly worth it. It's hardly worth it. They're finicky as shit. You know, I always have problems with them. But if you can print, yeah, print out some QR codes, stick them up. It's paper airplanes. The spring is coming. You know, you can go out to the park, or you know, people are going to open their windows to air things out. You know, and you just toss one in there. Be mindful what kind of neighborhood you live in, though. You know, because you know things can happen. So use your judgment. However, you can share. But even more important than sharing is sharing your generosity and your money, United States American dollars.
Yes.
with Doug in the form of contribution, preferably to PayPal, one
Yes.
listed right up front on the screen here, down the bottom corner,
Mhm.
which is, I said, this is a beautiful illustration. You'll have to maybe send me that. I've got one. I
Gladly.
think you had
Thank you.
two others that are somewhat similar to your mom. I have one of
Yeah.
them,
Okay. Great.
maybe both. In fact, I have that printed out. I printed that out, which
Oh,
I
bless
used
you. Yeah.
at the time, my work resources,
Yeah.
beautiful color laser printing to print out
Wow.
that previous one. And it's up
Wonderful.
here on the wall. And I'd like to think that, protects me from some of the ills at hand.
Bless you.
Right.
That is a
Yeah.
beautiful thought. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
That's,
Oh, that's...
so yeah, anybody want to mess around, Doug's mom is going to fuck you up.
Well, I'll be happy to send you
Yeah.
the scan of this illustration. Bless you. I'll do that as soon as
Right.
possible.
Yeah. No rush.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No rush. So yeah. Share your money. This is Douglas's job. He does this to support himself and to have any quality of life, and basically basic needs other than a cold shack with no utilities. He needs money, and PayPal there at the bottom of the screen, Douglas D. Dietrich. You can't click on that. You can click on the link in the chat. You don't ever need the link. That shouldn't be an obstacle. If you can just get yourself to PayPal, just find any search, bar, type in PayPal. You go there, type Douglas D. Dietrich, one word. You get there. That's him. If you do have a PayPal account, use that one. That's his personal one. He doesn't get the small tax % off. If you absolutely do not want to use PayPal or don't have it for some reason, go to his website, douglasdietrich.com. Again, it's right there on the front picture there. At the website, up, not in the middle. Do not look at the middle of the screen. Look at the upper right-hand corner, yellow button. Click that, donate, and excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
That one, that PayPal button should open up a menu where one of the options is to donate or contribute with a credit card without being logged in, just a direct credit card payment. That one is his business account, a slight tax, but if that's the only way you can use PayPal, that is fine. There should be a option for Venmo there. They did link the two together now that they're the same company. So you can click the button for Venmo, or if you're ever in your Venmo and you don't want to go through all that, and I think it was called Visa Plus is the feature in Venmo. I'll have to look in mine and see if I even see that. That supposedly you can specify PayPal, send money over to. Then there'll be another button, just regular PayPal. But if you do have if you're just going PayPal, please try to use the one, the Douglas D. Dietrich one mentioned first. So that's if you got PayPal or plastic. If you don't have or will absolutely refuse to do any of that, and are more of a what would you call it, a throwback, you very well can send. Douglas likes to receive both mail and care packages. You could mail a postal money order to his address. Don't send cash in an envelope. If you really absolutely positively have to send cash, make up a package and hide it in there, and
Yeah. By the way, I want to share. I'm multitasking here, so I sent you a scan of the illustration. I want people to understand that when I produce these illustrations these days, it's usually over at the estates where we have the equipment and the technical know-how from Ed, Beth, and the lads to scan such things, because I just don't have the electronic capacity domestically to do that in the crypt. We're getting some incoming messages, including a screenshot from Brendan Zoget, that the clips are on within the channel itself. He says he says that the last video is not age restricted anymore, or not restricted anymore, but the clips are on, or they should
I
theoretically be on. He
I
says,
thought the last one was the white hair,
yeah,
right?
yes, that's correct. And he says, by the way, there is no background photo, just a thumbnail. I'm not quite sure what that means. But yeah,
It depends. Like that's okay, because there could be a separate thumbnail from what the video the video is, like, because your video is a still image, but a person can have a moving video that's their product, and then you can put a separate thumbnail. Some of your older ones have that.
Interesting.
So yeah, the thumbnail is not necessarily, if you don't give it a specific thumbnail, it'll just use the your video.
Okay.
Is I think.
Okay.
And I don't know why I can't see it, because I'm seeing the last one. The last one I am seeing. Okay, no, I thought, I swear it was there, but it's not there anymore. It's not age restricted. No, I don't see that.
Okay.
I don't see clip. I don't see age restricted. There are comments are.
Oh, he says on the current live stream in the OBS. So let's take a. Oh shit! The OBS has disappeared. How did that happen? I don't know what to do about that. Okay. Okay.
Window, it's black. Weird.
Yeah, that is weird. Okay, so I don't know what to do about that. It was on. I don't see any reason why it went off.
It still says live. Now wait, let me reload. Let me
well, that may not help. So
still saying live.
Yeah, I don't know what to do, and we're not going to. I don't know how to handle that.
People can
yeah.
I'm trying to see in chat if anybody's still hearing.
Yeah. So it's all I can say is so long as people can hear us, that's what's important. And there may be no image. Oh shit, we're not getting anything. Okay, I see what he's saying. So it's disappeared. I don't know what to do about that. Let's see if we could do something to can people still hear with the screen black? We can still hear you, but the screen is black. Okay. There we are. Well, it's a day of mourning anyway. Okay. Very strange.
Oh, you already answered, but let's see if other people can weigh in on that.
Oh, open OBSI. Okay. And yes, hearing fine. Thank you, honey. Bless you. And yeah, it's all we can say is that, well, we're constantly under assault. That's and so we're not surprised at that. But we'll deal with it. Everybody just accept the black screen. It's a day of mourning for my mother anyway. But such having been said, there is an illustration that was there. It may show up in the first few minutes when it does upload. And in the interim, I don't know what to do. There's the image file is still registered as being there. So I'll see if I can just twist things around with the files coming up. So it should be there. That's all we can say. Is there's
I say, if you're audible, let's keep going. And,
there you go. And that's
how it goes.
Yeah. So everybody just join us in our day of mourning for Diana Dietrich, and accept the fact that the illustration I produced for her, very strangely, as soon as I sent an image of it to Aristides, which should have nothing to do with the fact that it suddenly disappeared off the screen, of course. We'll call it the kind of things that happen. It's one of these things that's just happening. This shouldn't be happening, but it is. I'm mucking around with the the cable right now and seeing if there's anything that changes it. But it seems like the cables. Okay, choose to select what happens with removable drives. All I can say is we're doing our best from this side, and we're just keep going forward. So continue, Aristides, with rounding out your thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's continue. So send money there, PayPal, either at the link, Douglas D. Dietrich. Can't see the screen anymore, probably. Link is in the chat, or just go to Douglas D. Dietrich PayPal, or go to DouglasDietrich.com. Yellow button up in the corner. One of those. Or did I put the? I was going to put the. I'm not sure. Your email. Usually I will say, yeah, for lack of any of these, if you want to send a physical money order, etc., care package, anything physically, probably wise to give Doug a heads up there, so he knows to look out for what you're sending at the email there. I'll give you his address, and don't be afraid. He's very nice. If you ever, people get nervous. It's just like, oh my God, he's such a fascinating and sometimes scary guy, and I don't know about reaching out personally, but he's even nicer, personally than he's often is on the program when he's yelling about all the ills of the world. So
so what I'm doing right now is I'm removing. Please keep talking because I'm multitasking here. I'm removing the text and the image and going to try and reload them in the middle of live.
Yeah, go ahead and try, because you can make those changes live. So such changes. So okay, we covered most things here. So we will hope that the comments, they should be enabled after the episode, or you can go to the, if you want to leave a comment right now, go to the previous one, okay, if you go to his main page, probably easier to do on PC than phone, because you can right click, open a separate tab. But if you go to his main channel where you see his name in blue, don't click out of here right now, but if you go there, you can see your subscribed status. Make sure you're subscribed there. Even if you have before, check it. Make sure you may have to resubscribe. Turn on the notification bell. Click on the little bell, pop up the menu, click the all thing. It should put little emphasis lines around the bell. That means you'll get a little pop-up every time there's a transmission starting, or any type of upload to the channel. And that's very convenient, because nothing to remember. You just hit the little pop-up and you're there. And then that is also where, if you see the tabs, home, videos, live are the live streams, such as this. Yeah, and if I go there, there's a where they're small, and there's a thumbnail for it. Did you fix it on the? You didn't fix it there yet. Yeah, it's still on the. It's still there. And the one.
Continue.
Previous, the white hair, the white hair, and the Billie Eilish eyes.
Okay.
Leave comments there. That's your. We were saying for a while, you have to back up all the way to the green hair episode to leave comments, but now, well, you only have to back up there. So if you'd like to leave one right now, right there, you can do that. In fact, anytime, because they're not enabled during the live, you can go to the previous one and leave a comment, and sure we'll get the context, we hope, or just leave any type of comment for any reason, because that helps the algorithm. So do that. Those are under the live tab there. And then if you go to videos, that's other stuff that we're not live streams, but it's some kind of a lot of that is Doug Dietrich 101, so to speak. I want to get some of the background on the key subjects, etc. And a lot of those are shorter, and also good to send to people for an introduction.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do is we're going to see if this works. Yeah. Let's see if this works. Anyhow, I'm going to press the OK button, and we'll see if something shows up. But I doubt it's going to show up in the stream. It's yeah, I doubt it's going to show up. So this is going to be a issue.
Well, before you were tweaking with, I remember you changed it. Oh wait, it showed up. Something showed up. It's not filling the whole screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it do that.
I'm seeing you. You're seeing you move it.
Yeah,
so but you've got a live video now. If only you could put other things in the screen live.
So I'm going to try and add some text to that. Again, this takes. Yeah. He says so. It's showing up on the stream, but it probably will not show up on the. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Now let me see if I can add text. And so while I'm doing this, the
main thumbnail is on is the actual thumbnail is not affected. If you go to your menu of lives, it looks the same as it ever was.
Yeah, and
the cover thumbnail is
So
keep going. You're doing fine.
Okay.
So
everybody, bear with us. Thank you, Vicki Johnson, for being there. We love you, Vicky Johnson. And yeah, everybody bear with me while I multitask. So do go on with what you're saying, Aristides. You could talk about the footnotes, and you could talk
That's
about
it. That's
yeah.
where. Yep. That's what I was just burning to talk about footnotes
Mhm.
and finish that up up the blurb there. So title of 200 characters or so. It's always filled up. There's always much more to acknowledge. So if you click, you see the beginning of the description. If you click on, it'll break out the description there. If you see asterisks, they refer.
No, you're
footnotes in that
glitching. You're
description.
glitching. So is there something going on with your technology? Because you're really glitchy.
Nope. There
Okay.
shouldn't be.
Yeah.
No, got good. I'm not outside or anything. Got good.
Okay.
Good
Well,
connection.
you might be being sabotaged for all we know, and that would not surprise me with everything that's going on. So, but please continue. Let's see if your technology
Well, it could be.
improves.
I don't know if other people, it could have been just you when you're. Sometimes we don't know.
Yeah.
I'll keep going.
Yeah, it could be
that was
Jesse.
about
It could be everybody. Let us know if you can hear Aristides clearly, because it could be just my technology.
I'm guessing since you're messing around there with the actual stuff goings on there.
Maybe it shouldn't be like that, but then again, nothing with us is it should be.
Yeah, right.
So we always have a lot to concentrate on while we're doing this. Okay, let's continue. Yeah.
Yeah. So check out the description. Send Doug some money. This is his legit acknowledged job. Let us say he works from home, but he does work. He does get some degree of an assistance program, which is still less than he deserves after the horrible things that he endured in service of our country, our fine nation. Today is proving itself ever finer. Yeah. Well, but yeah, he got all messed up. So it's just amazing that he's here, and send him some money, and you're here for a reason. And so if it's worth your time, it's worth a little bit of your money, whatever you can afford one time, or even if you can afford maybe less but more regularly, you can set up a recurring payment in PayPal. There's a structure to do that, so you can consider that as well.
Okay, so this looks like we've done the best we can with this, and so hopefully this rebalances the situation, and it's like literally trying to repair a ship while it's afloat at sea.
While you're right. Yeah.
This is not. So this takes a lot of attention, and so Vicky Johnson, we love you. And Douglas Marks, we really appreciate your presence. So let me give our dear lady a big flaming heart here while you continue with talking about what the footnotes say, and that would be interesting.
Well, you say whatever you want them to say on that given day, but one of them is you traditionally will write a poem.
Yes.
To acknowledge your mom's death day.
Yes.
And so I would encourage people to open up the description and look at that. And also it's let's see, the birthday of Guānyīn, is that what you said?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So there's always a lot of historical and calendrical things to acknowledge here. You would think we're really into astrology, and maybe that's true in a way, but in a way different than anyone else.
There we are.
So,
well, I feel so relieved having taken care of at least the amenities. And one of the things that I was unable to show tonight, that Aristides is pointing out, of course, tonight it's basically two major footnotes. It's the birthday of Guānyīn, which falls on the calendrical date of this date today, this side or east of the international date line. My mother's birthday, Guānyīn's birthday, but my mother's death day happened to coincide in Asia, where it counts, because that's where she was born, because they're 24 hours ahead of us and always a day ahead of us. For instance, Pearl Harbor Attack Day is known as December 7th, quote unquote, a date that will live in infamy in the United States. But Pearl Harbor Day in Japan is December 8th, because 8 is considered the ultimate fortunate number. So the Japanese attacked on December 8th, a day of good fortune. So in Japan, it's December 8th, whereas in America, it's December 7th. So my mother's death date is actually today in Asia, west of the international date line. And I know this is confusing, but for everyone, you got to wrap your mind around this, and look at your map, a Pacific-centered map. If you look at a Pacific-centered map and the international date line goes through, well, it doesn't go through the center of the Pacific, but it's kind of midland, and everything that's Asian or Australasian, that's actually west of the international date line, whereas we, the West, the Western Hemisphere, we're east of the international date line. I know a lot of people can't stand this shit, but it's the way it is. And so west of the international date line, my mother died 15 years ago today. But east of the international date line, it'll be tomorrow. Such having been said, her death date east of the international date line in the West actually falls directly before pagan Easter. I didn't put any notes in about that, but I may do so after the show is over. We want to see how much room my timestamps take up, but I do want to know tomorrow, or rather Friday the 20th. It'll feel like tomorrow to me, because I sleep in the daytime and work at night. Generally speaking, my biorhythms are such that time moves differently for me, and I age differently as a result. It truly is a factor. They're coeval factors. And one of the people who wrote about this was, of all people, who was the author of Conan? It was the guy, that's his most famous creation. And that was, oh God, help me out here, people. I can't remember it to save my soul. Why do I shut down?
Conan the Barbarian?
Yeah, Conan the Barbarian.
Robert E. Howard?
Yeah, Robert E. Irvin Howard actually wrote about this phenomenon, and of separating yourself from the aging cycle by changing your perspective of time. And which is something I've always done naturally because of my subspeciation. But anyhow, pagan Easter is very important, and I'll, try and explain something to people if I have room for it later after the show is published. What it also coincides with on Friday the 20th, the day after my mother's death day, will be the ultimate holiday of rebirth, pagan Easter, because it literally sources from Ishtar, who was the goddess of love and war, if you can believe it. The ancient Mesopotamian goddess of Gilgamesh, who was worshipped for over 1,000 years. Everybody remembers her now because of the sex, but they also forgot that she's the goddess of violence. And it will fall on the same day as, of all things, the 31st commemorative date of the cyclostyrene nerve gas attack on the Tokyo subway system. And it will also fall simultaneous to Australia's National Day of Action against bullying and violence. So we can look forward to the more peaceable aspects of Westera or Ishtara on National Day of Action against Bullying and Violence, which was a plague so common in Australia that, nobody ever studied it for generations. So it's really tragic. And of course, Australia's condition is universal. It happens everywhere. I mean, the media in some countries like the United Kingdom, Japan, and Korea would publicize incidents of bullying. But even so, large scale research into bullying was rare until the 1970s. But understand that bullying is physical and psychological harassment, and it often leads to death. At the very least, it leads to strong isolation, and certainly, as always, it leads to extortion. Just understand that this has been going on for centuries. It's part of the human experience, and it needs to be something that we excise from the human experience. But the fact that the National Day of Action Against It in Australia falls on the 31st commemorative date of the cyclosaurine nerve gas attacks, very important to remember the leader of that cult, Om Shinrikyo, Shoko Asahara, was a bully. He was blind, but he was known to be a vicious bully in his school while he was growing up. I know that's hard to believe, and it's even harder to believe that that man was given a thumbs up, a promotional bolstering by the Dalai Lama. Well, maybe that's not hard to believe at all. But all of that being said, it's essentially pagan Easter weekend. The Christian one comes later. I'm very, my mother's death in between the birthday of Guānyīn and the pagan Easter is beyond symbolic. She died at a time of rebirthing. And so, yes, she's very much among us, and we've just experienced a kind of rebirth with her by getting her image back up on screen for everybody. And with that, we go back to some final wrap-up thoughts with our dear Aristides. And so tell us, Aristides, when I spoke to you privately, not too long ago, it feels like a year ago by now, but I believe it was yesterday, day before, yeah, wasn't it? Yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah. And you were on a roll. You just burn it again with, Netanyahu, whether he's dead or not, all the stuff you were looking up on international affairs. It was really quite funny. And this is why it's always best to do these things spontaneously and organically on bandwidth. But if you can rekindle some of that fire that you were burning away about all these subjects, and share some of that with us.
I can try. I'm not as fired up this time. Give me a moment. Yeah.
Take your time.
Yeah, there's the ongoing controversy of whether Netanyahu, bit the bullet or the missile, so to speak, and people have been looking a lot at videos that have been published officially, and attempting to demonstrate that he's alive, which of course you would think, dead or alive, they would still want to portray that until they wanted to not. But there was the coffee shop video. People took that apart. There were some pretty obvious ones, and then they rolled out with another couple. And since I talked to you, people have been taking. There was a new one. There was one. He was sitting at the table with or whatever, in some kind of war room with his people, and he's talking there. And then there was one where he was supposedly meeting the esteemed Mike Huckabee, and that looked pretty. That was harder to dispute, but I've already seen some good analysis on that, because let me tell you, you get enough internet autists out there looking at every minute facet of these no matter how hard, just say their video is an AI they're trying to pass off. Somebody's going to find something fishy, and it looks like they have with that one, because he rolled one out with, or they rolled one out where he supposedly is talking to old Huckabee, and then but they found stuff like where like Huckabee's like if you zoom in, his like head like morphs in an unnatural way. I'll load it. I don't have a link to share, but so it's looking like they're putting out videos that are AI generated, try to pass them off as real, right?
Well,
you could say, well, that doesn't mean somebody's dead. They could be,
tell them about his son. Tell them about Netanyahu's son.
Oh, yeah. Well, his son, who was like just seemingly had nothing better to do than to sit all day on Twitter, went dark, but it does seem now that he's back. But then again, you don't know who's, I don't know. I'm not going to sit and analyze these things. Could be somebody else logging in the account, But his account has started posting again, but it was offline for a while. So things are getting serious there. They're putting out AI videos, making it look like situation normal, which could mean, either, it could just mean situation is abnormal. If you're flying around doing war stuff, or what was it? They tracked this plane and it wasn't landing, and then it landed in Germany.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. So basically, he was out of the country at one point, but maybe came back. I don't know.
By the way, Netanyahu's son, you can tell them this guy is crazy, and he was always online, and his whole life was being online, and then he went away for days, but seemed to come back, which I take as potentially he had to secretly bury his father. By that I mean attend a secret funeral in which his father was buried, and it was in mourning for a period of time, and then came back. This is conceivable. It's possible. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, situation's not normal, either way. So, there's AI videos portraying him as alive. But there was let me scroll up. There was, they have some type of regular meeting, of their, I don't know what they call it, but it was the first time that he didn't show up. Military council meeting. Absent from the military council meeting for the first time ever. So, it's not a good way to show people you're alive. But then again, who know, let's just say he's, any definitive proof of him being, alive and well and in action is pretty scarce. So, yeah. Yeah, AI videos. Let me see. I'm trying to load you the one there in the text area. Oh.
By the way, we're heading up towards good numbers. I'll probably go into a kind of monologue soon, and then meander around for a bit, hoping other people will join us. I do want people to know that we've had record high temperatures reported today. Is certainly in San Diego, California, and it's in the south where they're really being hit. So everybody, maintain us in thought and prayer. We've got a lot to celebrate in terms of some personal developments and in terms of some state developments. There's some humorous stories I shared with Aristides about panics that I had over the past few days with different incidents that were literally. Can you remember what they were, Aristides? One of them was this stupid letter concerning insurance, and the other was it was fuck. I'm trying to remember what it was, but at any rate, it's all. By the way, hugs and kisses to Vicki Johnson. She's sending us hearts. God bless her. It could be someone else sending hearts as well, and you're all welcome to send all the hearts you want. With everything else that we're dealing with in terms of a challenge, I can say that what we need to do is catch Aristides when he's organically on fire like he was yesterday. He's doing a commendable job now explaining some of these peculiar developments. But it's the way to get some fire into it is probably talk about the attacks that Iran is conducting on the Gulf states. I mean, do you have any? You had a lot of thoughts on that.
There's stuff, always going on there. Not only apparently right in Israel, but surrounding, and I guess what you would call, because basically everybody else are now some form of Israel. Well, not allies. What's the term you use? Satrap.
Yes. Yeah, vassal states.
Vassal, right.
Yeah.
So yeah, who's taking it? Everybody around's taking it, like Bahrain and I'll say, it's all alleged. A massive explosion in Riyadh, following an Iranian missile.
It's not that it's alleged, it's that they're denying it. Because of course they're in such a vulnerable state. They want they want to continue investment, and they want to continue even tourism. I mean, this is the paradox here, is that there's Dubai in particular had some beautiful young lady saying, "Oh, we trust in our leadership." And what is so odd about this is the way that they approach this is they say that the leadership is, they have all this trust in the leadership, but the leadership seems to be taking it personally. It's like the leadership these are monarchies, so these people are absolute monarchs, and you can see why they would take it personally. The whole nation is basically their private property, but they're taking it personally in this bizarre way. Instead of personally taking umbrage at being attacked by Iran, and even though I'm sure that must be there, they are unwilling to participate in proactive counterattacks, at least up to this point, so far as I understand it. Their biggest issue seems to be keeping the public from panicking. And so they've gone on this campaign where, like, this beautiful young woman is shown saying, the haters are saying that Dubai is under attack. The haters. Why the haters? Why that term? Well, certainly there's plenty of people who have reason to be envious of Dubai, and they're probably thinking of their neighbors, because none of these people like each other. But the haters is such an odd term to use, and it's taken so differently in the West that most people wouldn't get the connection. It would be like, well, who would hate Dubai? But then she says, don't listen to the haters. Come here and see for yourself how great it is right now. And it's like, honey, the airports are shut down. Nobody could go there even if they wanted to. You can't go in or out of these nations. You can't take flights here. They're even curtailing flights over the Mediterranean. In fact, this war is going to permanently alter airlines travel forever, because different things will be integrated into how and where they fly from this point forward. So, but the idea of their campaign saying, oh yeah, come here and see for yourself, again, what an odd thing to say. It's it's just
right.
So when you're confronted with this weird campaign coming out of these Gulf states, Dubai is of course the most notable, because nobody goes to the other places normally for vacation. Qatar or Bahrain, normally you're not going to go to these places. But Dubai, yes, people go there to party. But it's all very bizarre. But the other odd thing, again, like I said, was she said, we have total faith in our leadership. And okay, maybe that's just a given. You have to say that in an absolute monarchy. but nevertheless, it's still an odd thing to say in the sense. Whatever else they're guilty of, decadence, degeneracy, and we can go into out and out countless atrocities when it comes to the House of Saud. The odd thing is, why would the leadership be responsible? They didn't start the war. They're under attack. So why do you need to say we have trust in our leadership when they're not at fault? In this case, however guilty they may be of other damnable activities, in this case, they are truly simply a passive victim. To say, oh, we have faith in our leadership is kind of odd because it almost makes it sound like they're co-conspirators somehow participating and you're denying their participation obligatorily in this development. It's very bizarre. The whole thing, maybe it's a cultural thing and just the Arabic to English translation is coming across poorly, but I don't think so. So good. Take it from there. Yeah.
They're trying so hard to portray as, situation normal, under control. Everything's under control here. Oh yeah, we're all not getting just randomly and violently hammered by Iran at all. Not at all. But yeah, I think supposedly there was a hit in. Let me scroll back. Riyadh. Massive explosion in Riyadh. Wow, that's a little bit of a ways there. Not as far as quite as far as Israel, but it must have been some strategic thing if it's real. You would think. What else? Possibly maybe the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad took a hit.
Wow.
There's video.
Well, that's not surprising.
I mean, there's videos. There's like basically cell phone videos that are being published, and that might be the only truth you get, these in these times. Wait. Oh, wait. Now let's go to regular news. Let's see if they finally acknowledged drone attack targets U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. And by drone, these are like the airplane drones. These are not like the little, remote control little helicopters. These are like small planes that are bombs, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They're basically World War II level V2s, which is just basically an armed jet engine. It's just an armed jet.
Right. Engine, bomb, wings, and go. So U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Took a hit. It's Riyadh. Iran attacks Saudi. 4 Iranian missiles pound Riyadh. Saudi intercepts 4 ballistic missiles launched toward what? Maybe I don't know if they intercepted them all.
No, they can't. They're burning through interceptors like mad. And the entire thing is like, well, let's put it this way. There's not enough ammunition in the world for the Iran war. Okay, that's the situation we're in right now. So all of that being ascertained, I'll just go into kind of a little bit of a monologue here. I just want people to know I'm taking it easy tonight. Simply, obviously, we've undergone a lot of positive stress in the last few days. Some weird panic attacks, like one of the things I explained to our dear Aristides on a private call was I got something slid through the door slot, which was an envelope from, let me go reach for it now. Give me a second here because this is going to be
the healthcare or something.
One of those things where I have to take the earbuds off and then reach over across the room, halfway across the room. So this envelope was opened when it was slid through my door slot. I try not to dwell on such things because, to do so only makes you paranoid. So I presume what happened, because when it was slid through the door slot, the dog didn't bark. I don't have a dog. The upstairs they do. And he barks like mad whenever the postman shows up. Because he didn't bark when this was slid through the doorway, I presume it was misdelivered to the people next door, my upstairs neighbors, the property managers, and that they opened it. Now, it's not torn open with a paper opener. It's what we would say chemically opened, which means they simply like steamed it, which of course, based on what they do upstairs with their little laboratory, I find easy to imagine. What's this image you just sent? Okay, Aristides is telling us. Oh yeah.
Well, if you're done with the.
Oh yeah, we can always go back to that. We can always go back to that. Go on.
Okay.
Oh.
Now this is the little clip where they're examining, you know, so it's funny. Like supposedly they put out kind of a not great effort at AI, and a more easily debunked AI of Netanyahu casually getting coffee. It was very easily. It was like, you know, it was, there was so much to pick apart there. And so they put out other ones supposedly saying where Netanyahu's like holding it, because a lot of the criticisms are, it's like, oh, the hands don't look right. Oh, was that an extra finger for a second? So then there's other videos of him, you know, holding up his hand being like, look, yep, 5 fingers, I'm alive. And then that one gets debunked as like AI. But that one was the one with Huckabee.
Mm-hmm.
Him walking out. And it's right on his BB's Twitter here. Let me look myself. Yeah, but if you look, they emphasize the weird I don't know. It just up close it doesn't quite look right when Huckabee's expression changes. It's like his whole head kind of like slides around. It's weird.
Maybe they're all just shape-shifting reptilians like David Icke said,
or that,
after all.
or that. So, you know, don't make any assumptions. So, yeah, what else? So they're putting out, you know, all
finally someone says the truth.
Brendan has joined us. And so, dear Brendan, do us a favor.
Not necessarily, but
yes. Well, do us a favor and respond to Amy Lightyear. So we do want people to know Amy Lightyear asked a question directed at Brendan.
Oh, I will in a second.
Okay.
But you can preface, but it'll be a little bit before I can get to that.
Okay. So
I'm doing other astrological investigations right now.
Okay, take your time. I just want people to know that Amy Lightyear entered a question at the very last minute. And please, everybody know this much. When you enter a question at the very last minute, when I say, oh, I'm winding down the live stream, it does not upload with the live stream. When the live stream is published, that question or that comment will not upload with it. So just always remember when I say, you know, I'm going to wind the live stream down. Whatever you see, we're going to be able to read until we shut down the live stream. And I saw her question just after I shut down the live stream, but I had not closed the window. And because I had not closed the screen, I made certain Brendan saw Amy Lightyear's question. So we will get to that when Brendan is able tonight. And so I just want Amy out there to know we haven't forgotten you. And dear Ushi is a lovely young lady. I ran across one of her older comments just the other day, was thinking about her, and she entered another comment. Want to thank the individual in Scotland who gave us an additional comment for the sake of helping the aggregate. And believe me, we couldn't do it without people like you. Matter of fact, let me look up that individual's name to give him credit. And in the interim, just remember, we're all kind of going slow tonight. So, yeah, and considering the commemorative date, that should be understandable. And the fact that with all the celebrating I've been doing recently, just makes it even more difficult. So to get into the zone, towards hard analysis, but we'll get there a bit tonight. My thanks for all the upvotes in the latest episode, 53rd Gas Tech. Oh, that's something that I'll get into just a little bit here. Disco 1969, which means he was probably born in 1969, which means he's 3 years younger than myself. At Disco 1969 said algorithm boost from Scotland. And so thank you, hugs. I appreciate that profoundly. Such having been acknowledged, my son's husband has been at the 53rd Gas Tech conference. That was in the notes of last episode. It lasts for about a week, or at least a work week's worth of time. I believe it's coming to an end today. He should be coming home tomorrow. But it was held in Thailand this year. Last year, it was held in Texas. This year, it was at the BITEC, BITEC, the Bangkok International Trade and Exhibition Center. And it is the world's largest energy exhibition and conference dedicated to natural gas, LNG or liquefied natural gas, hydrogen, and climate technologies. It's the latest event gathering together probably well over 50,000 professionals to discuss the energy transition. And they scheduled this, obviously, months before the Iran war erupted. God only knows. They had an overwhelming amount of crises, what we would call polycrises or convergent crises, to discuss this year. You can only imagine the stress and tension at that conference. It must have been palpable. Still palpable today because it only ends today. Since they're a day ahead of us, still would be on because they were operating by scheduling per the the east side for the Western Hemisphere. They were scheduling on our calendars via the Eastern orientation of the international date line for the convenience of the Western Hemisphere. So it's still on today. He'll be returning likely tomorrow. And yeah, there we go. So that's something important to bear in mind. And with that, of course, we've got good input from Brendan and Aristides. I believe I heard one of them turn their mic on. And oh, that's lovely. I actually like this. This is nice. That makes sense. Actually, yeah. Haaretz has in the opinion center, the opinion column, my autistic son is calmer as Iran's missiles fall on Israel. I'm trying to learn from him. This is from an Israeli newspaper. Yeah, any other input on that, Aristides?
I just laughed.
Yeah. But it's actually, yeah.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at first, when I first saw it, I missed Haaretz, and I just saw that, the autistic kid was calmed by the fact that, the bombs were falling. Then that's like, oh my God, it's there, which is even funnier.
Yeah. And but in terms of your impression, Israel is getting hit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're just not. It's just the degree is the question.
Yeah.
Because it was what was it? Trump's crypto czar was. There's a video of him saying that they're getting hit, and pretty soon there might be no Israel. I guess that must be former crypto czar, because if he was currently employed, I don't even know, but the guy who was who was it? Oh, look.
Mm-hmm. No worries. And with that, I can just kind of dive into it for a little bit.
But that's pretty definitive. That's a guy that was one of Trump's guys saying, they keep getting hit, but like again, if he's not on the payroll, he's not obligated to
propagandize.
Yeah, right.
Which is another thing to bring up to our listeners. The Gulf states have been arresting people, literally mass arresting people for posting any video of incoming hits. So originally, influencers like your typical type of bozo influencers that you would find in Dubai, usually very physical, kind of play people. I don't know what you'd call them. One of them was like some bodybuilder, for instance, who was just in Dubai because he was a physical trainer. Helped the sheikhs and other rich people, get ripped or buff. But he started filming like, this building just got hit, and then he was made to take down his videos. I think that if you're influential enough and you're a Westerner, they just give you a very stern warning and warn you will be arrested if you continue. But with the natives, the citizens that are born there, they just arrest them. So hundreds of people have been arrested in these countries. Everybody needs to know that it's a lot worse than you're seeing. You aren't seeing anything. You aren't seeing what's happening in these places. I'm sure Israel in its own way is the same way. In a sense, this is war in the dark. We know something's going on, but we can tell when real damage is done because it's impossible to hide. But there you go. They have go on, continue.
So it's obvious.
Hey, you guys.
Holly, welcome aboard. So, dear Holly, tell us a bit about...
I just wanted to say, but it took me a while to get the call through, so it's kind of late now, but...
No worries.
Haaretz is the only left-leaning paper in Israel.
That's right. That's correct.
And I like to keep an eye on it.
Yes. Matter of fact, it's the only decent read from Israel. It's Haaretz. It's
agreed.
Yeah, Haaretz is very self-analytical when it comes to Israeli culture, and they do their best to hold their dictatorship accountable. So
under terrible conditions for them now. I mean, imagine.
Yeah,
they must have problems all day long, just keeping going.
No, to explain to people what you understand is going on with the poly-market threats against that Israeli journalist.
Well, it's just so extremely wacky. And I'm so glad you explained it that night.
Thank you.
But it's just like the stock market and off-track betting combined or something. There's no wheat or tin behind it. It's just whether Beyonce is going to get divorced this year or not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just anything at all. And so the weird thing with the reporter, they're arguing whether it was a hit or if it didn't count because it was only shrapnel. Yeah. And millions of dollars hang in the balance on this bet.
Yeah.
They're bets. That's all they are on anything you want.
But why are they? What was it the reporter revealed that so many people were threatening his life about?
He called it a hit. Okay. He called it a direct hit, and that was the bet. Will Iran hit Israel, before March 15th or something like that? And yeah, I guess it had a lot of players on that one. So the money really added up. And guys bet like gigantic, 6-7 figures on it. And so it rides on this decision. So it's like any other, who's the umpire in this one? Oh boy, I'd hate to be him. I mean, who gets to decide? And I don't know how it resolved or if it did.
Oh, of course not. These things never resolve. Either
But I
the
guess the
journalist,
guy's in hiding.
well, yeah, he's either going to wind up actually killed, or it'll all blow over eventually. But with this kind of
Yeah.
money involved, they're betting
Yeah.
on certain things, and they don't want people to alter the course of their bet. So the bets are
Well,
fixed in that regard. And but such haven't been
well, or
articulated.
when there is a gray area, even, you
Yeah.
know, that could happen, as you could see, you know, even with horse racing and stuff. I mean, now they have the supersonic cameras, but it didn't used to be that way.
Right.
This decisions got argued a lot.
Right. Now we've got some links provided by Aristides, and these are important. One of them is from Facebook, where this Israeli guy, I believe he's Israeli, is saying Israel is getting hit harder than they've ever been hit before in their history, and we're only 2 weeks into
This
this.
was
Yeah. What's this?
this was no, not an Israeli guy.
Oh,
An interview of David Sachs.
okay. So that's David Sachs. That's David Sachs
Yeah.
himself. Okay.
Which he's labeled as Trump's crypto czar.
Mhm.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
wondered how
So
I heard his name.
yeah, but he's obviously Jewish.
Well, you know, that's like flipping a coin with these guys. So,
But he's
yep, yeah.
yeah,
yeah.
he's categorically biased towards Israel. So he must have dual citizenship.
I don't know. But I linked it, I changed it so it's stamped to link right to the part where he talks about basically there's a media blackout.
Yeah.
And they're getting hit harder than ever in history, and if this keeps up, Israel could be destroyed. That or things go nuclear, I think he's saying.
Yeah.
Oh God, and that's Trump's cabinet guy, crypto czar.
Yeah, I don't know if he's
Ooh.
currently
Is he all the way up on the
He's-
cabinet, or
yeah.
just
Well,
lurking?
I believe he definitely still has incredible influence on the cabinet, whether he's
Yeah,
currently
like
employed, or not.
next row back. Yeah.
And so he's going to be, what he's going to try and do is, of course, sound as apocalyptic as possible to convince Israeli biased Americans, meaning
Yeah.
Americans who are pro-Israel. This is what he's feeding them, is what they want to hear, is that Israel's on the verge of destruction, so that they up their ante for support of Israel. Yet at the same time, he's he and his kind, all of these kinds of pundits, they're going to, even academia in particular, they're all driven by ideology and prejudice rather than facts. And they'll all keep saying the same thing, that Israel is falling. But the fact that they've obliterated
Yeah.
the axis of
That's the truth.
resistance, from Gaza to Yemen to Syria to Iraq to Lebanon, they're going to, of course, try and rally everyone to sever the head of the octopus, so to speak, Iran. This is their war, and their propaganda campaign is to expedite America fighting their war. And the only way they can do that is to pose this as an existential conflict where Israel will fall. So I can see why he's saying what he's saying, but that
Same
doesn't.
thing with the, the drone threat to California.
Yeah, but that's
I felt
just
that was a
joke.
way to pump it up.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the biggest joke in the world. But
Yeah.
all of that being said, I would dare say that when there was this footage of this bunch of people, we're not quite sure if it was real footage, or rather it might have been miscontextualized. But as Brendan Zogit said, it looked like a bunch of people who were angry at a food concession. But they did look agitated, in a panic, shouting. But it was labeled as panicking in Israel because the airports were shut down and nobody could leave.
Oh,
So
man.
people are trapped in Israel. This may have been
And
the case.
when Israelis are enraged, oh God,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
problem.
It's, but the thing is, like, I responded to Brendan that there is no place safer on earth than Israel under conditions of total war. They have everyone in the world, the Western world, has deployed assets to protect them. They are protected by all of their neighbors who, out of self-defense, are intercepting incoming missiles, like the Kingdom of Jordan across the river, the House of Saud. Everyone expends all of their assets to defend Israel. It's a miracle anything gets through. And the damage is so minimal that you can literally, we had a guest on this show long time ago, the brother-in-law of Pacuan Mireles, who Pacuan Mireles later shattered his jaw. But the individual who was on this show before his jaw was shattered was Jewish. Pacuan Mireles' wife was Jewish. And he was studying to be an optometrist, an optometrist. And when it comes to his being in Israel, he was in Israel while it was under attack. And he said everyone would just go out at night and watch the incoming missiles like it was fireworks. Because you could see the interceptors intercept them and they would just blow up like a big sparkler in the sky. And everybody would just clap and laugh and drink their coffee and tea and sit around on cafe tables and effectively wallow in their invulnerability. So, believe me, there is no danger in Israel. It's like with the Iron Dome and all the American ships in place to continue pumping out interception for them, along with all of their neighbors and other Western nations in the past, like the United Kingdom and France. Maybe they're not in the game now, but America has more than compensated for their absence with all of its deployments. The safest place in the world to be, it's safer to be in Israel than it is in California. We are in more danger in California of Shahed drones hitting us, which is statistically impossible. There's no way the Iranians could do any strikes in California by anything as conventional as a fucking drone. They would have to, like, literally, and this is eminently conceivable, send human assets, agents in here to blow dirty bombs. Something of that nature. Or simply start fires. It's the easiest thing in the world in California is to start a fire. They could do far more damage to California than anyone could to Israel. Because a cockroach can't get through into Israel from outside of its boundaries. This is why we know October 7th was Israeli orchestrated. Any Israeli defense soldier will tell you. And since military service is mandatory for those outside of the Hasidic or extremist Jewish cultic traditions, anybody else is subject to the draft. Anyone will tell you you couldn't get a cockroach through those security barriers that they've set up from the Gaza, between them and the Gaza, and between them and the Lebanon or anywhere else. You've got a Berlin Wall around Israel. That's, they weren't exaggerating when they showed that in the movie World War Z. So when you see Israel and how they live, it's for them to be saying what they're saying, oh, Israel might almost fall. I believe this is the hardest they've ever been hit. But that doesn't mean anything. This is the hardest they've ever been hit. Yeah, Iran's got nothing to lose. It doesn't mean a goddamn thing.
As Netanyahu proved, bomb in the middle of the peace conference. You know,
Right, but
Netanyahu's not going to stop. He doesn't want an agreement.
yet,
I
yet,
guess he wants to go full Gaza on him
yet it becomes more and more likely that something has
and
happened
get
to it.
paid to do it.
Yeah, but and yet,
Playing the victim card yet again.
and yet, actually, Aristides, tell me your own intuition here. I get more and more get the feeling something has happened to BB. Do you agree?
Oh, man.
It's very possible because, the last thing you'd want to do if you want to remain credible is rely on AI videos that can get debunked,
Yeah. Yeah. It seems like, and it could have been something as innocuous as a heart attack from all the stress.
I mean, they are just flesh and blood people, you know?
But read to our listeners what you just sent me, please. Aristides, read aloud.
Oh, okay. It is a allegation or story. Supposedly, military officials are reportedly having problems getting the soldiers training for a potential Iranian invasion to stop sarcastically yelling for Epstein every time they salute each other.
Holy shit. Now that I kind of believe.
And they've likened it to something called a 6-7 crate, where it's basically something just gets like the young kids, it becomes a viral thing. But
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad somebody gives a shit.
And
so
that's
that.
Go ahead. No, continue.
I might just be dropping things in there. One is supposedly a video of the actual damage. That will come up, and then there's a guy, one of their guys. I think he's the police spokesperson. He is I looked him up. He's the actual guy, and he's standing there in front of all this damage. He's a real, Israeli, spokesperson. I think for the police. And he's standing, so why would they fake that? They would fake things looking good, not bad. And he's standing there and.
It depends. It depends. I agree with you, but remember when damage happens, like a good example would be that when the San Francisco earthquake, the Loma Prieta earthquake happened, which was a big deal. When the Loma Prieta earthquake hit, it did significant damage. However, the cameras would just pan in helicopter style. We didn't have drones in those days, but helicopter-borne cameras would just focus on certain areas that caved in, and everybody looked at that and said, "Oh my fucking god, the entire city of San Francisco must be off the map." They thought we all sank into the San Andreas Fault. So you can take a look at a damaged area, and people tend to project that to far beyond what's in the photo.
Yeah, true.
But here we are. World War III was planned for February 2026, and it is in the Epstein files. All right.
Apparently, yeah. It reads, are we still planning February 2026? And this was in 2018. This Epstein email was.
Damn.
Are we still planning that date for World War III? The investors want to know.
And well, tell me.
Poly market.
Now, do you think that these are like the Epstein files could potentially all be faked? Or would it be simply impossible to date that? I mean,
who knows?
It's because Brendan, this is not my concept. Brendan believes that half the Epstein files are fake because he feels that they mention things way ahead of time that they couldn't possibly know.
Right.
Either that or that confirms them more, their veracity more than anything else.
And it's kind of a ridiculous paper.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 million, and there's another 3 million pieces of paper in the files. That seems kind of outlandish a number. I mean, it's what lawyers do at the last minute to, bombard everybody going to trial so they can never read it all in time. Developers do it too for public hearings and stuff.
By the way,
I mean,
this is beautiful. What I'll do is screen share, and I'll have Holly read what Aristides just sent, because it is so funny. Let me multitask a bit here and check into what else was just recently sent. But I'm going to add 100 to this. I'm going to score this with 100. And let me see if there was something else sent by Brendan, who's keeping us updated, most hopefully, on his situation. And he's off the call at the moment. But yeah, hopefully he's safe and well. He's at work, of course. So everybody be tolerant of the fact that he can't stay on continuously. We're very lucky to have Holly with us. By the way, are you willing to share what was the delay tonight? You said you had a hard time getting through the call through?
Oh, it took a long time connecting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but I was just going to say, I'll bet it's somewhere in the vast Simpsons archive too, probably.
Yeah.
An
yeah,
episode
yeah.
from 2016.
Yeah. And now this, of course, is something that I can only hope will happen, that Azerbaijan gets, get drawn into the Iran conflict. But here, let's do the screen share and see where we can go with it. Give me a second here and make certain I'm on the right article. And then I'm going to press the right button and share this screen with dear Aristides and Holly, who are on the call. So, Holly, can you see this? Can you see the cursor moving?
I sure can.
Okay, can you read that aloud for our listeners? Because it's so
What
funny.
are the Chinese saying about the war?
No,
Open mocking.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Continue. Yes.
Open mocking at the sputtering U.S. war machine. 20 years to replace Taliban with Taliban, and 8 days to replace Khomeini with Khomeini.
That's so accurate.
And the cartoon is perfect.
Yes, it's so right on the money. That is, I haven't, that, talk about a spot on analysis. And the cartoon is Trump as some kind of pig dog. It's a furless dog. So I think it's a pig dog. And and Netanyahu has him on a leash, and he's biting Iran's leg while screaming Israel first. So yeah, it's that's the cartoon. And Aristides has also sent us more incoming links. Sammy Romero's typing. So here we are. Trump Strait of Hormuz, NATO, Japan, Australia. So what's the Trump says his administration has contacted 7 countries to help secure the water. Oh, good fucking luck. Oh, they're telling him.
Oh, and I forgot. I wanted to say before, half of MAGA is freaking over this Israel thing.
Tell them, honey.
Freaking. I mean, anything neocon and all that faction, and they got Tucker Carlson beating his chest, and Rogan and ones like that, saying why?
Okay, no, yeah, thank you. By the way, Samuel Romero says, Brendan was right. Starbucks ruined matcha for everybody at Target. Currently Target.
Ouch. Ouch. Chai was bad enough.
Yeah. And but Aristides, I know you're typing something, but can you read, because this was what was so funny. This is when he was on tier last night. Our man Aristides was going on about Iran cutting off the internet. So go on about that, as well as this Trump's director. Explain this about the director of national counterterrorism. Joe can't resign. Thank you.
Yeah. Where was that? Let me slide down. Yeah, Major. This is just somebody's tweet interpretation. Iran is literally offering or threatening, but he's calling it offering, to to cut India, Pakistan, and Africa from the global internet, and they're supposed to be the bad guys.
Isn't it all up to Elon anyway?
Oh no, no.
Not if they blow the
explain-
cables.
There we are. Explain that, Aristides.
Got it.
Yeah, no, it's about they're saying they're gonna destroy, the cables, undersea cables.
I see. Undersea
And,
again, man.
and
Blows
that
my
and
mind.
a lot of them run to, India, Pakistan, Africa,
hmm
Yeah.
hmm
Yeah, basically,
and-
these are, go on, Aristides.
yeah, and so the guy and the guy who's saying this, in his opinion, he's like, they're supposed to be the bad guys. That's such a bad thing. Of course, we would never say anything so horrible. If he says it first, that's fine.
Right.
And then let's see. There was an article about, you might be interested in this, about the dangerous plan to drag Azerbaijan into the war. I have not looked it over. You can eyeball it. I just thought, because it's you know a lot about that area. So
Thank you.
but they are
We
going to
can
try
only
to
hope. We can only hope
dra-
it happens. But
drag
go on.
in.
Yeah.
I hope that we can only hope what?
That it happens. We can only hope Azerbaijan is drawn into the conflict. I would like to see that. But go on.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Well, then, won't Putin move right up in their back door?
No, Putin can't do shit,
All right.
honey. Putin
Yeah.
can't do shit.
All right.
Here, keep it going, and then I'll let Holly talk. I'll go. I need to get a break, get some
I got nothing.
coffee or
But,
something.
no, yeah.
Okay.
Now, Trump's director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, has resigned, saying he cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran, who pose no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby.
There you go.
And and supposedly that guy, I'm scrolling back to look for the thing, but supposedly in the past, he lost his wife to ISIS in Syria after U.S. military leadership sabotaged withdrawal. So he might have a little grudge there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's, go on.
Well,
Yep.
he's like a Christian identity right-wing wacko of the anti-Israeli MAGA side.
Which
Well,
makes
it's interesting that they're fracturing it all.
that's right.
Right up through the middle on this one.
And I did want to note, I've been wanting to note something for a while on that note, because this has now caused quite a rift.
Mm-hmm.
And let me see. That is, put this. Now, I know the first thing you're going to see is a picture of Tucker Carlson. They're just using him as like a piñata, but this was, I guess, a tweet by the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs. So that's them, I guess. And they're very disconcerted that 45% of Republicans under 44 say we won't say the word Israelis pose a threat to the American way of life. So I guess we want to note that, just like genders, that Republicans are a spectrum. And
I love that.
That's
That's beautiful.
A lot like the Democrats, the younger ones are like, they're not buying it. They're not, there's a divide between the old guard and the younger ones.
Thank
On
God.
that side too. So
Yes.
Because
So
the
this-
young ones are now all into the theories of the old guard back in the day.
Then you
It
talk about the
cycles
real old
around.
guard. The real
Yeah,
old guard.
It's coming back around.
Things go in cycles.
Yeah. If you live long enough, you see it. Yeah.
But both the young Democrats and the young Republicans, apparently, are no longer buying into Zionism. So
No.
that's the conclusion to be drawn. So
And
there's
a
hope for
happy
the
one.
future. Yes,
Yeah.
there's hope for the future yet. And so dear Brendan has rejoined us. So Aristides, thank you so much for everything, and feel do continue to interject. You said you had to do something though, or you're just
Go
kinda...
ahead. Go ahead. I'm
Okay.
taking a break, making some coffee. So go ahead.
Okay, so thank you so much for everything you've contributed, and feel free to interject anytime you wish. So Brendan, there you have it. You've done some zodiacal research, and let people know what you've found out, if you can. Let's see if he can get off mute. It's going to be touch and go because of his work environment, and if he's...
I have a cool picture. I'm going to send it to the chat
Thank you. Good.
on this
Mhm.
business.
Excellent.
Yeah, you have such great timing.
I
Wonderful timing, as usual.
I know. Well, that's the nature of the beast. I mean, we probably caught you while you were probably struggling to push away young
you don't wanna
girls
know.
making advances
You don't
at
wanna
you
know.
on a constant basis.
Nothing. As
Oh,
good as
tell
that.
people about Mr. Nebraska. Oh my fucking
Mr. Nebraska.
God. Yeah.
Which one?
Coach Nebraska.
Oh, well, I don't know how much I could say about that right now. On that.
Good point.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. We don't want to give them any ideas.
Good point.
Yeah, that was just a me and you conversation.
Hey, Holly disappeared. At any rate, take a look at what she
Sure.
sent. Can you make sense of this image that she put into the text box, the chat of our call? Brendan.
Can we just talk about the other stuff I said?
Of course, but look at this first. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, it's a stellium.
Okay. Cool. And
She would have to clarify what's going on.
so Holly, can you clarify?
Oh, you're looking at the picture?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just as of this morning, that was the configuration of the planets
Mhm.
as of this morning. So we've got right all there in that clump between Pisces and Aries, Mars, Mercury, Moon, Sun, Saturn, Neptune, and Venus.
Yeah, and Moon.
Boom.
Moon's there because it's on
And the
cusp.
moon's there, yeah. And it's crossed now
Moon.
at 6:30. And so I guess for West Coast California, barring cloudy conditions, tomorrow will be the end of Ramadan.
Ah.
More importantly, it's the beginning of Navratri, which is the 9 nights of the goddess. Which these religions took from the backbone, like Vedic backbone. These timings.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, very good.
But I'm biased, so there you go.
As we all are.
I understand. I just like it's amazing that all of it's happening together, kind of.
Well, there's a heavy load in Pisces right now. That's why we're having all this
Sure
loss.
is.
Yeah.
Ah.
12th house. Yeah.
Yeah, but the Pisces also goes with the shoes. Heavy load in Pisces goes with the shoes.
Yeah, it's more Saturnian actually. I checked into it.
Okay.
So Pisces would be feet, like the guru would have bare feet and be natural and benefic, right?
Yeah.
But the shoes put you under the restrictions of Saturn. So that's why they did black shoes. Right?
Yes.
That's why they gave away black shoes. Yeah.
Yes, leather shoes, no less, which is truly anti-Vedic as you can get.
Yeah. So the black shoes would.
So explain the question. Explain the question from Amy Lightyear, what she asked. That way people understand why you're addressing the shoes.
Well, she was asking if the Vedic astrology could explain why everyone in the cabinet was getting brand new shoes that don't fit and all that shit.
Yes,
you know?
Yes.
So the quick answer to that is yes. It's a dark ritual to bind his cabinet to his karma. That's the best way to put it.
Excellent. A binding spell.
But
excellent analysis.
It's almost like a transmutation, though. It's a very advanced technique. So obviously he didn't think of that himself. Someone told him. after you do this karmically, it's going to affect you, so you have to disperse it to everyone else. Okay? And because these people are all peons, they get hit. They don't have a choice. It's like you know, if you don't put the shoes on, you get fired, or worse, it's like a mob, mob boss. So
there you go.
Does that make sense? Is it
absolutely, absolutely?
Strange.
And it is the antithesis of the enlightened guru, who would be barefoot and in contact with you.
Well, beyond that, just that thing I sent earlier, I can't scroll up to it. Where did it go?
Scroll up, you'll find it, and then read it.
Well, it's not letting me. It's glitching. Everything's glitching.
Yeah, well, that figures. They're attacking us relentlessly.
Okay, it says here, according to Vedic astrology, gifting shoes is discouraged as they symbolize separation, parting, or a loved one walking away from your life, right?
Ouch.
And shoes are associated with Saturn and also Ketu, which is a cutting, it's a negative. They're not negative, but they're considered heavier grahas, like more cutting energy and more heavy energy.
Ending.
Limiting. They're more limiting and ending. So they carry karmic energy, and giving them to partners can bring distance or negative energy into relationships.
Ouch.
So I was saying it's an astrological binding ritual to spread his karma to his subordinates, which they don't have a choice. They have to. They had to like put them on even though they didn't fit and shit. So it's a humiliation ritual combined with the karmic, transfer. So that's what I'm saying. It's a really heavy spell. Like it's not. This isn't just some accident or some whim.
Thank you. No, that's so important. I really appreciate your sharing that. This goes to show that Trump has advisors, occult advisors.
Every single ruler has that.
Yes. Sure.
I mean, and every single country is founded upon astrological timings. And at this time, whoever is doing that, whatever group is doing that, they always set up the moon in a fallen state because that's the people. The moon represents the people. So they deliberately set up the founding dates of all these countries to make the population in a weaker state. Horoscopically speaking.
Yeah.
So just from the get-go. They can have these beautiful charts, but every single country that you can take a horoscope, especially a Babylonian horoscope, the most affected party is always the regular population. It's never the rulers. It's never the military. So.
Well, we know Trump didn't get there on his own merits.
No, of course not.
So it's taken magic to get him there, of a dark kind.
I mean, on all sides. I don't. We don't need to go into everybody. None of it is meritocracy.
It's all a spell, for sure.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Thank you. That was excellent. I really appreciate your articulating that. Excellent analyses for our dear Amy Lightyear. I hope you hear it. Let us know if you can. And if you hear it after the episode is published, hopefully you'll be able to enter a comment. We'll find out once the episode is published. But otherwise, do let us know in the chat next time we're on live streaming. So with that being said, Brendan, now that you've made your appearance, what else do you feel? Anything else you'd like to bring to our attention? Oh, we have something from Heather for you. Heather's in the text box, and she makes a point. So anything?
I can't read it right now.
Oh, she says the granddaughter of the late queen was made to wear shoes too small. I'm not quite sure.
I believe that.
I mean, that's just some Victorian stuff.
It's a kind of binding, yeah.
Yeah, it's just
to make her more polite.
Yeah, it just makes you move a certain way, but it's not. I mean, that's not for normal people. That's just for the ruling class.
Yeah, a sign of
inbred. Yeah, it's not
aristocracy.
The Chinese used to do it as well. It's just a type of technique to make. I don't know what exactly, but
to limit women for sure.
Well, Chinese foot binding.
It's like a corset.
Yeah,
Hey, yeah.
Chinese foot
So
binding
it-
took it to extremes, but yeah,
It holds with the whole foot theory. You give somebody shoes,
Yeah.
it's not going to be a good thing.
Yeah. Yes. So Heather, you're with us. Say hello.
Well, shoes are a dumb means.
Hello, everybody.
Shoes are the worst, like most negative invention given to people.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I just saw it today, actually, on somewhere.
Mhm.
That Queen Camilla or Princess Camilla, or whoever Camilla is,
Mhm.
like, I guess the Queen didn't like her very much, and she has
That's
a daughter.
the Queen consort. That's the Queen
Yeah, and then
consort.
she has a daughter.
That's the current Queen.
Yeah, and the daughter is the same age as Sophia, I want to say her name was, but I'm not sure what it was exactly. But there's a brown-haired one and a blonde-headed one, and the blonde-headed one is Camilla's daughter, and the Queen favored the brown-haired one. And one occasion, she was forced to wear shoes that were too small, so her cousin, the one that the Camilla's daughter, could wear high heels and look as tall as her.
Mm.
Well, honey, I'm so glad you articulated that. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have appreciated what
And
you
that's just
said
some,
as
like,
much. Yeah.
Drama. That's just like some.
But that was
royalty
after the
drama.
Queen had passed.
Well, like Brendan said, this is all royal drama. It's basically
It's just a slight. It's just a slight to somebody, or or human.
Oh, I'll say, yeah, because the poor kids all wore shoes too small.
yes, yes,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they don't wear shoes. Like,
yeah. The
Yeah.
poor
they
kids
have
would,
better
yeah.
health.
Yeah, right.
And so, such being said, how are you handling the heat,
Like,
Brendan?
despite
go.
all, I'm fine.
Okay, go
But
on.
despite all of the poverty in India, they're always ranked amongst the highest happiness of all the people.
Yep.
So if you go there and people say, "Oh, look, these people are poor," but they're always nice to me. They're always happy.
Right.
It's because they don't wear shoes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So their
Yeah.
mental state is not disturbed by having resistance, like having a rubber piece blocking you from grounding.
Mhm.
I mean,
Right.
it's basic electrical engineering. Like,
Right, and the
You
reason they
break the
don't get
circuit.
worms is because they don't eat meat.
no, I mean
Mhm.
they get worms, but they can deal with it. They have Ayurvedic techniques.
Mhm.
Right.
In fact, there are people like travelers that go there and they like, it's like this thing, medical tourism practically, where people go there and get tapeworms removed. Where they like lay
Mhm.
you down on a table and it comes out like a fucking.
I've
Yeah.
seen it
You know,
come
the
out of their
snake charming
noses
shit?
when they smoked it out of the nose before.
Yeah, they like put milk in front of it and it comes out like one of those snake charmers.
Oh,
Yeah, it's,
For a while, models and stuff were going there to get them installed. Remember?
yeah.
That was in the 90s.
Hey, you could buy the eggs, like the tapeworm eggs, online and shit.
Yeah.
In the
What?
catalogs, magazines.
Yeah,
What?
to lose weight before
You can look
Ozempic.
it up. You can look it up.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! I mean, please
Lose
don't
weight
tell me
fast.
these things.
It was like a capsule of tapeworm eggs, and then you when you're done, then you go to India and get it removed. So
Oh
to a
my
Western doctor and get it
God!
All very private.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is I'm just I'm sorry. This is too
You're
much
not
for me.
usually squeamish.
Yeah, but well, the idea of somebody intentionally infesting themselves with
I know.
worms, that's pretty bad. I mean,
Yeah. That's
Well,
desperate.
I'll keep my comments to myself, but there's some other stuff that's people do to do things, make them look bad ways, like drinking blood,
Blood
and other weird
facials.
stuff. Yeah.
Oh, delightful. Oh, so
Yeah, or whatever that Brian Johnston guy is doing.
So, Heather, thank you for coming aboard. How's your family?
Vinny's doing great. It's like in one day, like something happened to me on Thursday, and I can't say what it is because my lawyer advised me not to talk about it publicly. So something bad happened and put me back. And the next morning, Vinny had to have his eye surgery at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, that's
And-
right. Go on.
And his mom came over, and his mom came out to say goodbye to him and fell and broke her arm. So
Oh,
she's
jeez.
yeah, she's in the hospital. Vinny had his surgery. I mean, I'm borrowing my
Lord
dad's.
of mercy.
Yeah.
And okay, you kind of stopped there, Heather. Is that because
Oh
you're
yeah, I'm
consider-
borrowing my dad's car. I mean, we're just kind of trying to figure it out.
Right. Okay. Well, you're in our thoughts and prayers, but you sound pretty upbeat. You sound
I'm
like
fine.
you're in a positive space.
Yeah, I am.
She thrives in chaos.
Yes.
Yeah, I
best
don't
of
even
her
have a chance
comes
to think
out.
about anything, you know? It's just everything just keeps happening.
Mhm.
I'm just dealing with it.
Right.
That's good.
Yeah.
How hot is it down there?
105, I think, today.
Jesus
Yowza.
fucking Christ.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at today.
Yeah.
Oh
You be
my
careful.
fucking God.
Yeah, I know about sunburns. I'm not going to go out in the sun.
How are you still
And
alive?
drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm drinking all right.
Yeah.
Stick to White Claws.
A girl after my
Yeah.
own heart. Yes, that's well, now, such having been said, Heather, is there anything going on domestically or internationally that you or Vinny feel we should be paying attention to? Or you're just too
I
overwhelmed?
can think of. Today I was watching YouTube, and then a documentary about Michael Aquino came on.
Okay.
I watched it live. It was pretty
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah.
We've
They'll
had
probably
some of his cultists actually attack me and verbally and YouTube hid their comments. They're available only to myself as the channel manager. I haven't bothered to make their comments public, but they were pretty. It's as if, Brendan, if you're still with us, help me out here. It's almost as if these people were prevented by an occult reason from being able to even speak his name correctly. Very strange. They kept referring to him not obliquely, but they couldn't spell his name to save their souls. They would get Aquino
Like with a
right.
K or what?
Well, they would get Aquino right, the last name,
Yeah.
sometimes, but
Yeah.
they couldn't get his name correctly as
Well, the notable one was that they transposed like Voldemort's true name with his first name.
Yes.
And then, yeah, it was just weird. It was like such a random name that there's no way that was accidental. It was some kind of taboo spell on the name or something.
Yes.
And what's
And it had to
Voldemort's
do with
first
Harry
name?
Potter. So in the books, Voldemort was an ad lib. He took all the letters of his real name and made it into Voldemort, essentially, something like this.
Yeah, okay. I kind of remember this. Yeah.
You know, because his middle name was V and all this shit, but his name was Tom Riddle.
Tom. Yeah, okay.
So these people were like transposing, saying Tom Aquino.
Yeah.
Which, if you didn't know what I just said, you would just assume they were trying to say Thomas Aquinas. Which is like basically Aquino is like the inversion of Thomas Aquinas, essentially.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Philosophically.
Yeah.
Good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Of high intellect, but antithetical orientation. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like they had similar like philosophy, I guess. I don't know how to put it like.
Well, they both had
generalize it.
the exact same philosophy, but they were on different sides.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No doubt he studied them, but anyways, there's no problem. Like, there you go.
But what was interesting was, oddly, these two guys attacked a few months apart, and they were saying, one of them was saying, yeah, Douglas Dietrich was with this guy who raped, tortured, and ate kids, trying to warn Jennifer Hawkins. As if, dude, that's the reason she's talking to me, is because I knew this guy who raped, tortured, and ate kids. It's like, okay, it's just bizarre. That the other one was a straight out ad hominem attack, which of course I'm called the usual things, a liar and all this crap. But nevertheless, neither one of these individuals could say Aquino's name right without conflating it or converging it with other people's names. So it's very bizarre, and and for whatever reason, it wasn't like there were any swear words involved or any racial slurs, yet YouTube hid it, which is fine by me. So that worked out interestingly enough. They also
I
hit
wonder.
a very high compliment that I had to make public. So, but anyhow, continue, honey. What were you going to say, Holly?
I just occurred to me. I wonder how much Aquino material and community is on the Tor web,
Tor web.
the dark web,
Oh, okay.
all the rest of it.
Oh, I'm sure there's a very large community. Obviously,
It
he
just
still has
occurred to
followers.
me.
Yeah, obviously, he still has followers.
Yeah,
I think
I
it's
wonder if
outdated.
this is
I think it's really
some
outdated. It's
bubbling.
like nothing.
Yeah.
Say, honey?
Yeah, I just think it's outdated because any kind of like proof or like pictures or anything would look so grainy and old, you know?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I don't really feel that Aquino really was big into recording what he was doing videographically.
Right. But back
Uh,
then, everybody was in their own way, you know, it was with the camcorders. I mean, some people were really like almost addicted to doing it.
yeah, I don't feel he was ever like that.
So,
Yeah,
but somebody around him, or even, you know, just, I don't know, weird tendrils and tentacles that are still in use somehow.
oh yeah, no, they're all around, and but definitely I appreciate your input about that, Heather. It's a valid point. Is that yeah, whatever's going to be out there might look quite dated. The photographs that have been recovered of him, however, are quite sharp, and so but these are
But
usually.
for some reason, today on the live stream video that was about him,
Yeah.
all of the pictures they had were like pictures that aren't very like common, like pictures I don't think I've seen before,
Well,
but they were all blurry.
interesting. Could you provide me a link to that video,
I can
please?
try. I can try to look at my history to see if they published it as a video.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, just a link to whatever you were watching. Yeah. And then she dropped off the call. Probably because she can't access that while maintaining the call.
Mm.
Right. Okay. So I want Holly, if you can, stay as long as you can. Brendan, if you can, stay as long as you can. Aristides, of
Okay.
course. Both of you interject as often as you can. I'm not going to be doing too much tonight. We're going to be doing a little bit of monologuing, but I'm hoping I get a lot of interjections. If not, that's okay too. Follow your your inclination on that. But let's start off with something easy. We can surf onto the night tide with my own local news. Of course, people are telling me I really should finish my story about the panics that I had.
Yeah.
So what did you hear about the panic? Which part did you hear? Basically, how something was slid through my door slot.
Yeah, but did we find out what that was? It was an insurance thing?
Oh yeah, this is what freaked me out. Was
Yeah.
it's American Specialty Health. And American Specialty Health has this icon, bizarrely, of the rising sun. Only, of
Huh.
course, it's on an envelope, and to save money on ink, it's black and white. So if you imagine the old World War II Japanese
Cool.
rising sun, usually the sun would be, if they're going to angle it or place the sun in a corner, which oftentimes the Japanese might do this in kind of a stylized representation of their flag. It would usually be on the lower left hand or the upper left hand that the sun was emerging from and the rays coming from it. Oftentimes, of course, the battle flag, the naval ensign, these.
And isn't there a blue band above and below?
No.
Or am I tripping? No.
No,
Okay.
no, that
Forget
would
about
never
it.
be. No. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah. Somebody just sent me a message here. Let's take a look at this. This is from Heather. She put it in the infinite call. Okay, thank you, Heather. The Army's Satanist. The Untold Story of Michael Aquino. And
Except it's
Yeah, it
been
looks like they're
told.
not linking it though.
it's
Ah.
linking it. I can see the link.
Okay, but it says an error occurred, so I don't know if it's connected.
If you can open it.
Oh, let's see if I can open it.
I'll try again. You'll get it.
Does it say who wrote it?
Yeah, the people that published it. You mean?
Yeah. Is it
Yeah,
a magazine piece
their
or?
name is Mystery Archives.
Okay. And
But not the author.
Yeah, that's who published it at Mystery Archives.
Yeah, the
6.5.
untold story
Okay.
of the thing.
Yeah, it's
the
been very
vampire never
told.
Stops talking about.
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Right.
This is
I tried
published
to
8
record it with
hours
my
ago.
Meta.
This was published 8 hours ago.
Yeah, I watched it live.
That's interesting. Of course they don't bring me up.
No, I don't think so, but I didn't watch the whole thing.
Well, I can guarantee you they don't bring me up.
Probably not.
No,
I mean, they
yeah.
did talk about Gary Hambright a lot, and they
None
said
of them ever do.
Yeah. And how is it that they can talk about Michael Aquino without bringing up the liaison who exposed him?
Right?
How is
yeah,
that even
not
possible?
a word
Let
about
alone
it.
Hambright.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
no,
a scary
they
vampire.
talked about
Yeah,
Hambright.
I guess.
They talked about like what happened to his career and all the things that happened in his career that aren't really publicly known.
Okay, like what?
Like what happened to, and how he was like deranked or whatever. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention, but how he lost his credibility in the military and like he went down to a lower.
So basically, they just took Satan's Crusaders and just
He kind of bowed
didn't
out
credit
gracefully.
anybody.
Yeah. Tell them about this Jang guy. That's just like this quote unquote Professor Jang. We call him Professor
Oh,
Jang.
Jang is almost worse. It's almost worse because he's doing it current. He's not stealing your old shit. He's just watching every night. And
Yeah.
whoever's informing him is saying, "Yeah, here he said this."
Yeah.
Pax Judaica, which you had said like months before that guy.
Yes.
And I'm not just saying it just because it's Doug. It's like literally, chronologically, it was not. Yeah, it's evident.
There's another popular influencer on TikTok that does like little excerpts, and he seems to like follow along. Like when we bring up certain things and certain topics, then he will say researchers or people are saying, and then he'll repeat like the whole
Yeah,
thing,
sure. Yeah.
The whole Dietrich show. Yeah, that's
Right. Right.
Yeah. Provide me a private link to that son of a bitch.
okay.
So I know
Well,
who
I
to
think
put
it's
pins
fun.
into.
Like,
I'm sorry.
he,
Go on.
he does add humor to it.
What?
He does add humor to it. He doesn't say bad things. He makes us sound like we're like official.
Well, I guess maybe I should take some comfort in that. So thank you for
Yeah.
contextualizing it. Nevertheless,
it's still plagiarism.
Yeah, it's
well,
still,
I guess.
Yeah. There you go.
Uncredited. It's uncredited.
Yeah, uncredited.
Insiders.
Yeah.
Yeah, researchers are saying.
Researchers.
Yeah, and so
I always thought, oh, Dietrich's just, he's just oversensitive from all the years of people doing it. And then when it started happening to the shit I was saying, I was like, okay, this is getting ridiculous. Where one night we said, Salman Rushdie and all these fuckers and Cat Stevens.
Yeah, and
literally
piracy, Salman Rushdie.
All of it within a week. Then they just, it all goes mainstream. It's like, wait a second, hold up. Like, that's not even possible, right? Like the logical mind would just be like, that's
not what I said.
Like, yeah, like there's no way, right? Like, who would be listening to some show and then put it on mainstream without credit? I mean, it's just strange.
Yeah, well, we know that.
We know what we're talking about.
Yeah, thank you, honey. Yeah.
Well, the deformed fungus that came out of parts 1 through 4 of the secret space program.
Yeah, there we are.
What about that? Is it black?
Oh, black and rotten. The party that they threw on that material that Douglas wasn't invited to. Big moneymaker.
Are you talking about mold?
I mean, that was egregious. The one time you did go, they shanked you.
Yes.
And there was no secret space program before you. Nothing.
Thank you. Thank you.
whatsoever.
In other words, nobody was speaking about it. So once I
And none
spoke
of those
about it,
fools
yeah,
had
There he
anything
is.
of worth to add.
thank you. Thank you. And so thank you for that, honey. I appreciate that profoundly, that
Yeah,
acknowledgement.
Heather, is it?
Huh.
You said Vinny is like, are you taking care of him?
Vinny? Yeah, he
Yeah.
had eye
Mm.
surgery, but he's doing great. He's recovering all right. You know, he's still, he
Okay,
can
cool.
see out of his eye already.
Okay.
Yeah,
Does he
he's
have a
good.
patch? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I was imagining
see
it was
that.
like
Yeah.
Misery and shit, where you were like telling him, "I see everything for you."
Yeah, no, they have a cover over it, so he can't scratch it and
Oh,
like
so it
touch
is
it.
like that. Ooh, shit.
He can
Yeah,
rest
we
it.
got a cone around his neck.
Oh.
Yeah. I need one of those for the middle of the night when I start chewing my back leg off.
At any rate, yeah, don't even mention it. My tongue is still healing.
Oh,
That's because of the. I told my dentist at UCSF last year I needed a mouth guard, and so really resentful about that.
has it still not come?
The mouth
I
guard?
thought it was due in.
No, it'll take months. They have to make it, you know.
Oh,
In other words,
man.
they have to. No, in other words, I haven't even been measured for one yet.
Got the mold yet? Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't even got the mold yet. So what is this
Oh,
sent from
jeez.
our
That's the guy's link to his TikTok with the guy that talks about things that we talk about like the next day.
Oh God.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we
And
won't mention his name, but you know, I'll have to look through what he's saying first. But
Interesting.
It's not all of them, but a lot of them are consistent with when we talk about stuff.
Well, that figures. Why am I not surprised? And it's just a dude sitting in his fucking car, which is in a parking
Yeah, that's a
lot.
thing. That's a genre, don't you know?
Yeah.
It's the whole genre.
Yeah, it's like whatever. You know, I have no words. So we'll just leave it at that. So
He's
thank you,
out there
Heather.
tonight.
Yeah. And yeah. So such having been said, thank you for bringing these things to our attention, Heather. Again, to everyone, while I speak, I'll be speaking a little slower than usual so as not to bite my tongue. And hopefully it heals over time. It's taking a long time to heal because I keep rebiting it while talking or in my sleep.
Mm.
Fortunately, after tonight, we'll have a break on talking till the weekend, or at least more of a break than normal. This weekend, of course, I'll be back because of the pagan Easter coincident with the 31st anniversary of the Aum Shinrikyo subway sarin nerve gas attacks. I'll be back tutoring at
Were you
the
able to get
estate
the item?
for a little bit. No, I have to go looking for it. The problem is I should have just ordered it online, and it would have gotten here by now. So yeah, I may yet do that. I doubt I'll find it at Walgreens. They may have to order it. Maybe I'll be able to purchase it using my card, because we have a benefits card for $75 I've got to use before the end of the month, and that's issued once every 3 months by the insurance. Which brings us back to the story of what was slid through the mail slot.
Yeah.
American Specialty
Who
Health.
are these people?
Well, it has this weird little, like I said, rising sun symbol, except the sun's in the opposite end of the field where it would normally be placed by the Japanese, and it's black and white. So it's just a little weird sun ray symbol that they've taken, but it was odd. So that goes in, and the envelope's open. It comes in through the door slot. I know it's stuck in by my upstairs neighbor because the dog didn't bark. So he opened the envelope to review its contents before sliding it through my doorway. At any rate, it's chemically open, so it's not torn or opened by a letter opener. Now Heather says, oops, it's this guy. So Heather, it turns out that this is someone else who's repeating what we're saying. Yes?
Well, yeah, no, this is the same guy, but somebody had stolen his videos and they were reposting them. Like every time he posted, so that came up. But I found the actual guy's thing, so all of the videos are his and not just other ones combined with it. Someone was just reposting his shit.
Jesus, cutthroat world.
Oh.
Yeah, they have like
Dietrich
20,000
spinoffs.
videos.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Heather.
It's a Shark Tank.
Yeah. That's
It
very.
was a Malaysian bot farm.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Tossing you back and forth like a goat's head.
Yeah. At any rate, so it turned out this insurance, first thing I went into opening up the letter was this batshit moment of panic because it says
Right.
Kaiser Permanente Member Services. So the first thing I thought was, oh my fucking God, Trump has managed to impact California to the degree that Medicare and Medi-Cal have been canceled and they're transferring us to private insurance companies, private HMOs.
Advantage, baby.
Yeah, which is...
Well, I heard some stuff that
Tell us.
pretty much people are getting cut off of retirement benefits.
Jesus. Tell us.
Your panic
Like
is
old-
justified.
Like old people that were like on, and different people on government aid. They
Yeah.
just, their Part B is just gone. They're stuck without any kind of coverage.
Well, they are basically, their cost to maintain insurance has gone up by $2,000, something they obviously cannot afford since they've just cut their retirement. So Brenton, tell me.
Yeah, it was like, it was, I mean, I didn't know the details, but something horrific.
Yeah.
It didn't sound good.
This is the killing of Obamacare.
Yeah, well, it's
bit by bit.
But it's red states. These are red states, honey. For something like this to happen in California, which it turned out that was not the case. Anyhow, because I needed an adult to hold my hand while I went through this shit, because it was long, complex, and it had this official look to it. Because whenever I get something from back when my parents were alive and I was a care provider, we would get communique from the Department of Human Services. And they would always have, very San Francisco, multiple languages. So there'd be several sheets devoted to, you have a right to appeal, because whenever you get a notice of action, you have a right to appeal, or you're informed about something. Half of the time, these appeals are they're just form letters, because it's nothing you would ever appeal. They're just telling you got a raise in benefits or something like that in the old days. But when it comes to coverage decision letter, I was like, what? And then it turned out it just had to deal with they didn't want to pay for my chiropractic treatment, the latest treatments. So that's all it was. No,
I was all excited that Medi-Cal covered that.
Yeah, no, it covered it, and then after a certain point, then they say, okay, we won't cover it beyond this. So then you have a right to appeal. But it was presented so officially looking and involving Kaiser, because Kaiser, of course, the doctor had to sign off on that. After
you get 3 visits or 6 visits or.
Well, I got quite a few. I mean, I got quite a few. It's been over a year, and so my nurse case manager, who I called, and once I called her and settled down, I realized what this was. She's going to ask my doctor for another referral. And so we'll
very good.
Yeah, we'll see if we can beat this. But
very
if not,
good.
I'm only seeing my chiropractor once every 3 weeks now, which is basically once a month. So if I have to appeal this, which, like Brendan said, I should bring these forms to the chiropractor, or rather the general practitioner, and have them fill it out. But since he's writing the referrals. But, I'll see what I can get done. If not, paying him.
When do you have an appointment with your GP?
Oh, well, I don't have any. I'd have to make one.
Okay.
I just
Got
have
it.
to make one.
Yeah,
But,
pain in the ass.
Right now, the nurse practitioner is approaching him, for me. So, hopefully.
I'm glad you reminded me, because my clinic just got one.
Okay, good.
So, and I mean to call, and I mean to call.
Yeah, but I was telling my nurse case manager, when I saw this American Specialty Health, I had the little Japanese symbol. I said, wow, it's almost the first thing I expected was report to your nearest internment camp.
Yeah. For free medical care.
Yeah, is there one for vampires?
There you go.
I'll help build it.
In the daytime.
Oh, man. What was the other thing I was panicked about, Brendan? Do you remember? There was this one other little stupid incident that it was something else that
You expect me? The second I get off the phone with you, I delete half the shit you say. I
yeah.
don't do it. Like it's starting. It's like Charlie Brown's parents. It's like, blah blah blah, vampire, blah blah blah, blood, blah blah blah, scary. It's like, yeah, that's what it's turning into.
Well, we live in a scary world, and so just to explain to people what happened with my tongue, it wasn't some uncontrollable bloodlust. It was the fact that
Yeah, I'm sure.
yeah, because I have a tendency in the past to grind my teeth. I have indoctrinated myself into sleeping with my mouth closed because I don't want to repulse any lady I'm sleeping with. So I sleep with my lips closed, but my teeth apart. And as a result, when I side sleep, which I'm a side sleeper, my tongue falls into that gap between the teeth. And during particularly intense dreams, well, my teeth bite down on that tongue. So that's the inevitable was that in some particularly intense set of dreams recently, which were not nightmarish. I don't really have nightmares ever since the hypnotherapy from my psychiatrist, Dr. Tao Tran. So rather they're just very intense dreams. And it might even have been a dream about feeding. But my tongue bit down.
Oh, now it comes out.
Yeah. but
You filled his head with visual imagery.
yeah, my teeth bit down on my tongue, and now it's swollen. And because it's swollen, my teeth continue to bite down on my tongue when I speak too fast, or at certain moments when I sleep and just fall into the wrong position. Okay, so there you go with that, and
Scrape and lick.
yeah. So
it's very painful.
Yeah, it's a bitch to hear.
Don't suck.
Yeah, but our friend Brendan recommended an iodine, which I've got to get. If he had any money, he would order it for me. So we're trying to get him to get some more money.
Iodine.
Yeah.
I like salt too.
Yeah. Okay, I'll remember that. That will fester the scar. That's like might help.
Yeah, that's for like
but
that's for like an infection. I don't think.
Right.
Yeah. By the way, Holly, just so you know, the Prussian duelists, they would put salt on their scars on their face so that the wound would fester and create a pronounced scar, and that was to display their scars.
Right.
So the Prussian duelists considered a dueling scars to be a point of pride, and therefore the salt was to make certain that the wound would be forever visible. So I'm not quite sure I want to.
I don't know.
Differently with the tongue. Nobody's gonna be looking at my tongue. So the side of my tongue, that is. So
yeah, forget that one then.
Yeah.
Peroxide also works.
Yeah, peroxide. Good idea. Yes. Listerine is good.
Always.
Now, I know that it's pretty much healed. It's just still swollen. I know it's pretty much healed because the Listerine doesn't hurt. So that's a good thing.
Well,
yeah. But yeah.
Anyways,
I'm a huge peroxide believer.
What were you gonna say, Brent?
If you read the peroxide bottle, you'll see.
Okay.
It's called an oral debriding agent, which means it takes away the scar tissue. It literally dissolves the old flesh.
Yeah.
That's what it's used for.
Oh, cool. Good. So I'll use that more. Good. Thank you, Brendan. That'll be something I'll use till I get the iodine. All right. So warnings have been issued as millions face deadly threats at the same time in our golden state nation of California. Heat advisory and a beach hazards statement are in place for around 4 million people simultaneously. The simultaneous warnings are issuing from the NWS, the National Weather Service office in Los Angeles, California. So we're all very concerned about the well-being of Sammy Romero. So hopefully he keeps us updated. Basically, more than 4 million people have been alerted to deadly weather events expected throughout this week. Southern California is entering what the NWS has described as a historic and extremely rare March heat event, with temperatures soaring 20 to 35 degrees above normal across Los Angeles, Ventura, Orange, San Bernardino, and inland regions. Forecasts show mid-90s to 100s inland, along with 80s and 90s at the coasts. Levels more typical of midsummer than mid-March. At the same time, a beach hazard statement is in place along the coast, warning of fatal ocean conditions that could lead to drowning if beachgoers aren't careful. By the way, Brendan provides a link about the Japanese Prime Ministress Takeichi heading to Washington for her summit with Donald Trump, which, per a link provided by Aristides, we can cross-reference. She's going to tell Trump what Japan will and will not do about the Gulf, how far Japan is willing to participate. So, thank you for that, Brendan. Your own thoughts, if you wish. And let's see if Brendan wants to respond about that. And if he doesn't, I'll go on trying to ease into the zone.
Well,
yeah.
the Japanese effectively reopened the strait. They demanded it. And now
Cool.
Both sides are allowing
All
ships to
right.
go through.
All right. Well, there you go. Brilliant.
Yeah. You know it was pressure from them because there's no one else that was more effective, really. They ain't going to care about Sri Lanka or something.
Yeah. Can you believe? Tell them about Mark Rutte. Mark Rutte is, of course, he's from... Is he from Denmark or is he from Netherlands? He's Dutch, right?
Who? Where?
The head of NATO, Mark Rutte.
Oh, that guy. Oh, you mean the freaking sissy boy?
Yeah. Tell people about him.
Yeah, he was saying we can't do it without America. We need, and it was the numbers he gave were absurd. He was saying it went from 2% to 5%, but for Europe to be completely independent, we would need to invest 10% of GDP. And it's like, dude, that's a no-brainer. I mean,
yeah, no shit.
What do you mean? Are you guys crazy?
Yeah, that's what America does. That's what everybody does.
What? Yeah. To be rid of the specter of that crazy orange dude, come on. This is a joke. And he's saying the only thing protecting us is the American nuclear umbrella. It's like, look, none of it works. It's not real. I think just like how NASA failed, now this is the next. The nuclear thing's going to be next. Everyone would have used them by now. They're not there. They're not even functional. Even if they were real, they're not valid. I mean, they're not operational. All of that shit.
Well, the one thing I can guarantee you is that Russia does not have any. Russia effectively is eviscerated in terms of any nuclear capacity. They have nothing. Communist China.
Well, then why wouldn't the West just vaporize them then? It's just it's all a game.
I get what you're saying. But the West unfortunately doesn't think like that. That's not how the West thinks. It's like, oh, we can't do that. Poor helpless Russians. Oh, and not only that, they all buy into the myth that the Russians still have them. It's almost kind of like this. It's like some poor fucking son of a bitch, who's that? Help me out here. The porno actress that made his own whiskey. The porno actor.
All of
the
them.
hedgehog.
You're talking about
Hedgehog.
Jeremy.
Yeah, Ron Jeremy. It's like Ron Jeremy is this poor, ugly, smelly son of a bitch who only got laid because he was a porno actor. And the guy is out in public as he gets old and truly ugly and is just humping himself on bypassing women like a dog because he's senile, demented, out of his fucking mind. But guys still love him. Not girls, but guys, because of what he was. He represents to them the ugly underdog who was always getting laid. So when the fucker enters a room Everybody's kind to him because of what he was. Everybody knows he's not getting laid.
Well, that backfired towards the end, but
well, they let him go. What are you talking? Didn't they let him go?
Well, because he was convalescent. He's like probably dead, dying.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Like, why waste resources on a dead guy? It's just
it's I'll get back to that, and it's an excellent point. But so they sentenced him to death by releasing him effectively. Yeah. But anyhow, the son of a bitch, when he walks to a room, you can bet your ass there's still guys who stand up and give him a seat and buy drinks and lunch for him because of what he was. That's Russia. Russia is Ron Jeremy. It's this. We had nukes, man. We had nukes. And everybody said, yeah, that's right, man. You had the nukes, man. Yeah, and they give him a pass. They just keep giving him a pass. That's it's disgusting and it's pathetic on all sides. And it's got to fucking stop. But now.
Well, what if they are more powerful than the West?
That. That's like saying, what if Ron Jeremy can still get it up and can get laid honestly? Yeah, it's not going to happen, and that's not what's happening. It's like, obviously you asked your question in sarcasm and facetiousness. It's taken as a rhetorical trollery. Let's put it that way. But
devil's advocate. I mean,
that's not devil's advocacy. That's rhetorical trollery. So it's like, at any rate, no, Russia doesn't have anything, or they would have used it by now, as you said. Now, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, they have working nukes. It's just not many of them. But how many do you fucking need? When it comes to the communist Chinese, it's completely the flip of a coin. We know for a fact they were stealing fuel out of their own rockets and missiles and replacing it with water because the military is so corrupt. So they might launch something and it won't even work. It's like, this is why Xi Jinping purged his entire military high command. I mean, all of it. Effectively, all of it. That's he's got nobody running the military right now, or he's replacing them slowly enough where we don't know who's running the communist Chinese military. And he's in a hell of a position. So because he's going to replace them with.
But he loves the countries. He loves the country
no,
people and his grandma.
That's stupid. Tell people how desperate
he loves
he
his
is.
Grandma. I didn't see you holding your grandma's hand.
Tell them how desperate he is that he's going around tickling and kissing
they did
babies.
like a PR video. Yeah, they did like a PR video where he said, "I am the people. I'm with you," and he was like holding a grandma's hand, talking to her, and then they like brought the little baby, and he says, "How old?" And they said 3, and he says, "Oh, 3," and it was just like the most lame, like small talk. But they they jazzed it up. They put like the music and the traditional Chinese food in front of him, and like plates of fruit and shit, And he said, "I am the people. We are together. I love you." Shit.
Yeah.
But he looked like totally not sincere.
Of course. Well, he's incapable.
He just had like a blank. Yeah, he just had like a blank face. Like, I get it. There's some aspect of like, like diplomatic face technique, but it was just
that ain't no diplomatic face technique. He is thoroughly incapable of any facial expressions whatsoever. He's worse than Robert Mitchum. Robert Mitchum had only 2 facial expressions. One was rage, and the other was contempt. And with Xi Jinping, it's even worse. There's nothing there. There's absolutely nothing there. I guess you could call it, that's his advantage. He's got the poker face. It's not a poker face. It's just like he is so psychotic.
Well, beyond that, it was the Chinese face art, the art of the faith, Mianxiang.
But this is like well beyond. No, it's not that. That's just giving it credit it doesn't deserve. He is a psychotic who's totally incapable of any range of expression because he has no emotions. He's just an emotionless psychotic. So he basically the closest you see is this like ghost of a smile, like he's like trying to put the smile out because he has to, but it's totally affected, as you said. But when he's desperate to the point where he's kissing and tickling babies like a Western politician on the campaign trail, things are pretty fucking bad. That's
right. Yeah, I've never seen that come out of it.
Yeah, he's the.
I'll never forget the picture
Yeah.
of Trump in the middle, Putin on one side, and Xi on the other side, both with the identical smirk.
Yes.
I will never forget that.
That's what his smile is. It's not a smile, it's
It was
a smirk.
frightening.
Yes.
They were kind of looking past his nose at each other.
Yeah.
Oh, it was all there.
Yeah,
Oh man,
between us. Yeah.
Gonna play him like a soccer ball.
Yeah. Kick him like a soccer ball. That ain't playing.
Yeah.
It's just kicking.
Oh, it's playing for them.
Yeah. Yeah. To them,
They
kicking somebody while they're down is play. Yeah.
This buffoon. Yeah.
It's but
Shit.
yeah, such having been articulated. Thank you, Holly, for that input. Such having been articulated, it's yeah, there you go with that. But honestly, no, there's nukes. Japan has nukes. Germany has nukes, tactical nukes. But Israel has nukes. I mean, look, everybody has nukes. Okay, the only people who don't have nukes would be some places that are so chicken shit. By that I mean just so ignorant and just so third worldly. Yes, the majority of the world doesn't have nukes, but all the players have nukes. The Taiwan has nukes, obviously, or China would have attacked a long time ago. Now, South Africa, under the apartheid regime, had nukes. It no longer has nukes because no one is educated enough to maintain them. Cambodia had nukes. The Americans left tactical nukes in country when they evacuated. So for a while, Cambodia was a rogue nuclear state. Of course, with nobody able to maintain them, that vanished pretty quickly. It's just the nukes deteriorate. And unless you have an educated subculture dedicated to nothing but the maintenance of those nukes disappear with time rather quickly. Russia lost the capacity to maintain its nukes generations ago by brain drain. And communist China, they've got nukes, but again, it's a toss-up as to whether they'll fly or not, so to speak. No, America, France, Britain, Germany. Germany just needs to go out with its nukes. In other words, come out of the closet. The tactical nukes that were left in East Germany by the Soviets in their retreat that the Germans inherited are maintained, or at least were for a good long while. But they need to make their own native nuclear bomb. And Japan has made its own native nuclear bomb. For those of you who don't believe me, you can look it up. One of the greatest intelligence scandals in the United States was the Japanese demanded the Americans send them spent nuclear fuel rods, all the nuclear waste that the Americans had, so the Japanese could make bombs. And the Americans did it because they lost the fucking war, as I've expressed, many, many times in the past. So the Americans sent the Japanese all of their fissile materials that were convertible into weaponization purposes. And the Japanese have utilized that along with their own native programs to make nuclear weapons, which is how they keep communist China at bay. They just haven't come out of the closet with it. So it's time for Germany and Japan to come out of the closet. But then again, if everybody knows, you don't really need to. Everybody knows Israel is nuclear, and that's enough. You might say, why doesn't Israel use its weapons on Iran? What for? Iran is no threat to Israel. Yeah, it's like, it brings us back to the whole cost benefits ratio of taking deterrence and rendering it into an actively deployed weapon, you kind of lose the deterrence the moment you deploy it. Not that it doesn't have its uses, or sometimes it has to come to that, but yeah. Anyhow, World Health Organization officials admit they are preparing for possible nuclear weapon use in Iran. There we are. Thank you. Okay, there. This is from Brendan Zogit from The Independent. It's from The Independent via the Brendan Zogit. Yeah. So the WHO is refreshing staff on how to respond in the event of a nuclear incident and providing guidance about long-term health risks. Okay, and all of that is important. Thank you for that, Brendan. And if you want to voice any thoughts about it, by all means do so. So I'm just going to heart that because it shows at least an acknowledgement of our reality. Now, as I said, when it comes to the beachgoers and the dangers they face in California, we could probably have Brendan go into how to survive a riptide, but at least more practically in the immediate sense, Los Angeles is under extreme heat warning, a heat advisory on that. I'd like to hear more from Sammy Romero about that. What's this latest one, Brendan? Let's see this one. Gulf banks face $307 billion deposit flight risk if the war worsens, according to Standard & Poor's. So there we are.
Well, and on the subject of California beaches, I think they just opened some rusty old pipeline off Santa Barbara.
Okay.
An oil rig.
Okay.
That was big headlines.
Wow. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I
The
appreciate
very
that.
one that blew a
Well,
gasket.
Holly, I'm surprised you didn't hear about they're gonna allegedly Mount Diablo is opened up for drilling because
I
of the
did
Trump
see
tax.
that. I
Is
did
that
see
you think
that.
that's true? Because that would be hilarious. I think that would be funny.
Ah, yeah, really. I can see the dog walkers going by.
Yeah, the new oil rigs that are like chugging away, you know.
It's crazy talk is all
That's
I can
hilarious.
hope. But I guess there's
I'm
a
all
lot
for
of
domestic
hungry
production, but that seems ridiculous.
that yeah, it's ridiculous. But yeah, I do think the pipeline's open.
Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah, forget about worrying about climate change. There's so much oil burning in the Gulf right now. It's like
yeah.
it was like 10 years of saving, of CO2 just got
Thank you.
vaporized.
Thank
So there's
you.
like at this point we just got
Oh, for God's sake. Yeah. But
and
this
they
will
just
hurt
hit
the
a,
rich people.
A gas.
The rich people won't be happy about this. It's Santa Barbara, for fuck's sake.
But
You know what I mean?
well,
They
yeah.
voted for the dude. I mean,
Yeah.
That's what they wanted.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. They brought it on themselves.
Yeah.
And so it
Completely.
would be karmic. It would be karmic.
I mean,
Yeah.
they've been saying that for years. Oh, reopen California for drilling. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's ridiculous because it's deep water drilling.
But nevertheless, if
I
anything,
mean, every other country does it. The Nordic countries do it. So there's just we might as well.
Yeah.
I don't see the point in pretend saying we're gonna try and fix something that's
deep water
not being
drilling that has to be started all over again. Oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, can you hear me? Just
Anyway.
I'm curious because I
can
just.
hear you.
Oh,
I
okay.
can hear you.
Because I just got a notification for a privacy center. Click this and find out, which I usually get only when I turn the computer on. So that was odd that I get that now. Yeah, that's. But then again, a lot of odd things have been happening tonight. I'm glad that we've still got image going, and we got high numbers thanks to both of you. And all of you, Aristides and Holly and Heather included. Thank you. And Holly's prepared. I always call her Heather, and I call Heather Holly.
It's been jolly fun.
Yeah. Now, again, for Los Angeles, where Samuel Romero is at, we've got both an extreme heat warning and heat advisory in place. Per the NWS Los Angeles forecast region as of yesterday morning, You've got an extreme heat warning that's in effect through Friday evening for many inland areas, with a heat advisory along portions of the coast. Officials warning of a high risk of heat-related illness, noting that triple-digit temperatures could break daily and even monthly records in multiple cities. A less severe yet still potentially fatal heat advisory is in place for coastal areas. Now, one thing I do want to bring up after I read this quote, because the quote is from a forecast distributed by NWS Los Angeles: never leave any person or pet inside a car without air conditioning, as temperatures inside a car without adequate cooling can turn deadly within minutes. Know the signs of heat illness, heat stroke, and heat exhaustion. Now, the funny thing is, before I really went all out to party, I took care of some chores yesterday. Basically mailing a survey to Meals on Wheels to maintain good relations with them. I fill out their survey and send it in under my name. You're allowed to sign yourself. And it's not anonymous. Anonymity is optional there. And I don't maintain stamps anymore. I figure if I just go to the post office, I'll just stand in line, buy a stamp. What's the big deal? And I also had to pick up a prescription. So I went to Kaiser Pharmacy and to the post office, the main San Francisco post office, which is basically on California. What is it? California Street, I think. Yeah, California Street. And or they have another name for the way they address themselves here. And believe it or not, it matters. And so it's on let me see, Pine Street, 1400 Pine Street. Believe it or not, I've been told by themselves they are the main office in San Francisco. Because people argue with that whenever I say that. But it was, both experiences were just outrageous. Not any fault of Kaiser's for waiting for picking up the Montelukast, which is this pill that I have to take before I get my allergy shots once a month. But they had refilled that for me, and I was glad things turned out the way they did. They should have given it to me the day I picked up all my meds the other day, but they didn't. I thought it was in this bag. I had so many meds, and I counted the bottles, but it turned out I got a double bottle on one of the pills. The one finasteride, which is for, of all things, prostate and the hair, because I had told my doctor I never want to lose my hair, so he prescribed finasteride. But then he prescribed 1 milligram, which meant I had to pay for it because it was a vanity. So I finally had another doctor years later increase the dose to 5 milligrams as if it were a prostate med, because that way I get it for free. I mean, isn't life so fucking stupid? I mean, the logic just... But at any rate, they gave me 2 of those, and that's how I counted the number of bottles that should have been there. Thought I had the Montelukast, went home, was told, pick up your Montelukast. Oh, fuck. You know, so I was glad I was able to take care of some other chores en route. But when I went to pick up the Montelukast, what was bad there was, of course, you're in a pharmacy, not many people in line, but the one person I'm behind, only one person in line, and it just wasn't moving. She has a disposable needles box. She's got a red box of all these used syringes, a biohazard box that she's trying to turn in. And she is coughing, sneezing, wheezing up a storm, hacking her lungs out. I mean, just like, I'm trying to stay as far away from her as possible, but you know you're sucking it all in. And it was the same thing at the post office. Now, the post office was egregious. I have no idea. I'm told...
Yeah, what about how they stole they tried to send back my my Levantine spice blend.
Tell them
just
about
because
this.
it said Palestine on it. I mean, it's like ridiculous.
Yes. Tell people about
like
this.
like what on earth? What could you do with that? Like how they made like $1. I mean, what the Gazans made $1 off? I mean, come on, this is a joke.
You're supporting terrorism, man.
Yeah, that's what they were trying to pull. I had to go show my ID. He's like, oh, I don't see it back there, and he's like, give me your ID. Like, made sure he had to verify. And I was like, dude, it's just like spice. It's like crushed up like oregano, basically. It's nothing. And he said, oh, I'll go look. And then all of a sudden it shows up, you know, and literally the Amazon order said it has been taken by USPS. You have to physically go pick it up. You know. So it's a spice blend called Za'atar. It's a Za'atar blend, which is actually made in Lebanon. But because the borders have been messed up for like, you know, 100 years, they cross over, you know, there's like all these crosses and, you know, like border switches that happen monthly at this point, right?
Yeah.
Like geopolitic issues.
Oh,
So there's one group, you know, one particular producer is, I guess, on the Palestinian side. So it says made in Palestine. And that's their shtick, is they're trying to sell to all these people that want to buy Palestinian goods. But I don't care about that. I just wanted the Za'atar blend. Right?
That's the best you've ever had. Tell them.
Yeah, it was like, because it's a high quality, like handmade by these like Bedouin people, like these desert people, right? So I wanted to buy that. So because it was recommended by these two Lebanese ladies, very, you know, they're very beautiful. So it's like, you know, I always listen to these people because that's like, I'm like genetically programmed to like those people, right?
Yeah, of course.
A hot Lebanese chick.
Yeah. I mean, damn. Yeah, I get it.
So she said, "Oh, this is the best one I've tried," and she had her mother come, and because that, you know, I'm Levantine, that like, you know, resonated. So I was like, I'm gonna listen to these girls. So it was nothing political, nothing about Gaza. No one gave a fuck about that. It was just, you know, it just happened to be. That's just what it says. It says Palestinian spice blend. So the other one that was marked as Lebanese came through no problem. They sent it. Everything was good. This one got held basically by customs, as if I was like supporting like a Hamas and shit.
You're trying to kill Israeli babies, Brandon.
Yeah, because I wanted this, and realistically, it was like a middleman. So the people on the ground probably got like 20 cents from it. You know, they got nothing basically.
Yeah.
And these middlemen, you know, these shopkeepers, these twisted Vaishyas of modern time, like they're the ones that took all the money, who are probably of some, you know, bloodlines.
No.
And you know, so, but that's what. Just can you imagine how absurd that was?
That's outrageous.
Because it said product of Palestine. Yeah, it's like, come on.
That's
like what do I have to write? You know, next it's going to be like write a 2-page essay about why you don't agree. You know, or something.
No,
to pick up your products.
That's bad. Yeah. But speaking of food, I will get back to the post office. Not that anybody's really looking forward to that.
Sorry, I vented a bit.
Yeah, but what do you make of this? I just sent you a link in private messages. Speaking of food, what do you make of this?
Oh, God. Good God.
Read it out loud for our listeners.
I don't know. Yeah. Let's see. Protein loading, Gen Z cereal. This is like, you know, Futurama. It's like Bachelor Chow. Remember Bachelor Chow? It's like a Futurama bit brought to life. That's what it is. I don't know if you guys remember that, but every time they turn on the TV in Futurama, it says Bachelor Chow. It's like this fucking cereal that you just eat it once a day because you're some idiot, you know, just some dude. Yeah, that's what. So they're trying to make this in real life. It says a bowl of tasteless mush. Yeah, and I've seen these. That's what's so stupid. I see these companies come up like the Huel and these like they're saying we've packed every human nutrient in this like Slurpee slop like oatmeal juice, and it's like, dude, really, you just need like 5 ingredients to make some like lentils and rice. Like there's nothing. You don't have to make it disgusting into this like smoothie of just nasty shit. It just doesn't make sense. Like it's ass backwards, in other words. So that's what this lady's writing about in her defense. She's probably a feminist, but in her defense, she's writing about. And when I say that in a negative sense, I mean like fourth wave, you know, like the full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why are they
But-
calling it boy kibble? They call it boy kibble like
yeah,
it's
yeah,
dog
boy
food.
kibble. Yeah, boy kibble.
The masculine way. The masculine toxic food trend. The toxic masculine. That's it. Toxic masculine food trend.
Yeah, well, that's why I was saying he's like fourth wave, like nonsense.
Oh.
But
Oh.
you know, but there's nothing toxic about it. Right. It's just stupid. Why don't they just say stupid masculine?
No, it's packed with nutrients, and they just have to put it in a bowl and pour milk on it.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's not real. I mean, it's like
No, it's ridiculous. But yeah, it's dog
and
food.
everyone like there's like this campaign to like smear India saying, "Oh, Indian food's gross" and all this shit. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
the shit you're seeing is like those are like just Shudra, like those are just the people, the workers, like the lowest caste, you know,
Right.
that are participating in society. So like that food is different from what the real 5,000-year-old culinary section was. Like real human food is Brahminical food. And it was even in the West, it was like the Essenes had it. The ancient, you know, Pythagoreans were eating this, what's called Brahminical food, what I call Brahminical food, right? So it's no mystery. It's not like it didn't take modern science to figure it out.
No.
And then when they do try, they turn it into this madness like this. Like,
Yes. I put
Like,
the link in
that
for
should-
This is like Captain Crunch for grown-up man babies.
So are you able to see
yeah,
the
it's
link?
just
I'll-
it's just they're so dumbed down. That's just like I just do one meal a day, but it has to be exactly the same. Like,
Disgusting.
I don't understand.
Oh, the feedback
logic.
concept. The ultimate endpoint of the feedback concept. It's you're just a horse. You're a fucking horse and you've got a feedback. This is
I mean,
yeah, that's
whatever floats their boat, but it's not going to give you health and well-being. I tell you
yeah,
that.
thank you.
Well, so they're
I'd
either
rather
in
do
a
that-
gamer
that
chair
crazy
all
shit.
day,
Yeah.
or some startup chair.
Well, in
all
that
day.
case, you could just fast. Like
You're
not doing it. You just drink like a little bit of liquid calories to keep your brain firing. And
Yeah,
you don't,
and
you don't-
Ensure.
You don't need protein.
Taking poison Ensure.
Oh, Ensure
With
would be
you.
like a step up. I'm talking like Mountain Dew. That's like what all those kids survive.
I know.
Right. Yeah,
Recently, there was this British. I don't know. I think he might have been American, but there was this kid that came out and he became viral because he almost died from eating nothing but chicken nuggets for 30 years.
oh, that's right.
Or
Yeah.
mac and
30.
cheese. Sorry, mac and cheese.
Yeah.
It was like
Oh
a combination of mac.
man.
It was like two foods.
No, but there was
Yeah.
another
Kind of
person
childish food.
who was eating nothing but chicken McNuggets, who I believe did
Yeah.
die. That was a woman. I believe a woman
Okay, well-
almost died or did die eating nothing but chicken McNuggets, but this guy was mac and cheese. Okay, so
Yeah. Well, he reformed. The doctors like locked him in and said like you have to eat like something else.
yeah.
And then they
Wow.
were like in the interview, they were walking around the grocery store, and he's like, "I don't even know what that is. That looks so weird." And it's like, dude, just die. Just fucking die. It was like something innocuous too. It was like it wasn't nothing like, you know, it wasn't like texture issue. It was just some random food, and he said, "I don't know if I could do it, man." It's like, okay. It's almost like whoever was producing it was just trying to mess with him. They like took him to like see kale and shit. It's like, dude, okay, if he's eating mac and cheese, he's gonna freak out when he sees shit like that. Like they knew
Red
you know,
Lobster.
So here I've
Yeah.
found it. Here let's I'm gonna do a screen share.
Oh, you
here.
found this idiot.
No, I found the screen share here, and this is the young girl in question. Stacy Irvine collapses after eating nothing but chicken McNuggets
Jesus.
for 15 years, since the age of 2.
Wow.
Yeah,
Oh.
Is she of sound mind, or is this?
Apparently not.
uh,
It's some
it-
kind of brain glitch.
It says ever since she was 2
No, it's
years
not.
old,
It's
Stacy. Yeah,
Gentle parenting gone wrong.
yeah. Now
I'm
it's
not-
17
yeah,
years
well-
old. Yeah.
Well,
she's-
I'm not hitting at you.
yeah.
I mean,
She
Holly.
was
Sorry.
taken. The British native had to be taken to the
Exclaiming.
hospital this week after she collapsed after struggling to breathe. Doctors found her 15-year chicken nugget diet had left her with anemia and inflamed veins on her tongue. She had to be injected with
Oh.
vitamins and nutrients.
Hear that, vampire?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. The blood's almost pure protein. I eat vegetables, dude. Dude, I love vegetables
Hey,
too.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
But a British McDonald's addict,
yeah, it's
not even American.
yeah, yes, yeah. But after her admission to the hospital, she has conceded that the diet is bad for her.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
here's
you get enough.
Was she
pain and
raised
torture, you
by
have to.
employees or
capitulate.
what?
yeah, I heard that. What did you say, Brendan? What did you say, Brendan?
Oh, I said it's just logical. Like you just get enough pain, and like you have to change. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. Well, her mother Yvonne,
oh, okay.
her
Yeah.
mother Yvonne said that she's been told in no uncertain terms that she will die if she carries on like this. But Stacy says she can't eat anything else. It breaks my heart to see her eating those fucking
Well,
nuggets.
Bye. Goodbye.
Yeah. I'm praying she can be helped
He's
before
only
it's too late.
17. Yeah. Whoa.
How old was the boy who was eating nothing but mac and cheese?
Oh, he was in his 30s.
30s.
Oh,
He was
jeez.
worse. He was worse.
He's worse. Okay. Oh my God. Oh.
And as
well,
far as I could tell, he was of sound mind. Like
Yeah.
he was able to conversate and stuff. You know, I could see like how certain, you know, how do you say it? Nice? How certain developmental issues can cause that, but
Yeah,
these
well,
people are just normal people.
right,
That's
yeah.
why I'm being so hard on them.
yeah, understood. These people.
It's a quirk.
This is
Like if
something-
they go to
yeah.
a hospital and someone can talk them into eating right, it's like they could have done that 20 years ago.
Thank you. That's
Yeah.
it-
That's
it-
problematic.
It's a
Yeah.
temperament.
Oh, here's another similar case. Summer Monroe had and look at this. Oh my fucking God. I'm gonna do a screen share. Summer Monroe, 25-year-old woman from the United Kingdom, lived for 22 years eating chicken nuggets, fries, and crisps,
Right.
avoiding fruits and vegetables since the age of 3.
You know, I mean, maybe I should say this.
Was she
privately, but
British?
You know that bachelor
Yes.
chow shit reminded me of haggis, by the way. Just so
Yeah,
you
of course it would. Yeah, that's it.
know.
Yeah,
We'll
it's
just
haggis.
leave it at that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Here we are. This woman has lived on chicken nuggets and hasn't eaten fruit or veggies for 22 years. That's like, it's what's called, she's diagnosed with avoidant restrictive food intake disorder.
Okay. What's the initials for that one?
Oh, ARFID, ARFID, avoidant
Oh,
restrictive
boy.
food intake disorder, ARFID. Yeah.
Yeah.
and the condition.
I
causes
wonder,
inflammation.
the first question I'd ask in these incidents,
Yeah.
has there been a head injury?
Not yet that I see. It's mostly, well, this woman, it doesn't even say
Well, a
she's
lot
done-
of times
Yeah.
it's not identified as, oh, well, yeah, you hit your head
Oh, good point.
real
Good
bad.
point.
But
Yeah, maybe they were dropped
Oh,
on their
yeah.
heads
And
as
there's
children.
no need to defend them. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but-
yeah. But-
that's the
I
first
was a
question
picky
I'd
eater when I
ask,
was
because
younger,
that's
okay?
medical.
And this is me, I admit, yeah, I was one of those annoying people that does that. But you can't do that. Once you gain consciousness, like
Yeah.
after 7 or 8, like,
yeah.
I'm sorry, but there's no.
Oh, boy.
Thank you. And
Yeah.
I remember,
Yeah.
just to get this out of the way.
You'd think.
This one son of a bitch I knew who I had zero respect for. But this was a guy who was exposed to everything I was saying about the world, and he went stark raving mad because of it. It was one of the factors. But obviously there were genetic components to his going insane as well. His brother had died overdosing, and he had this habit of whenever he was exposed to drugs, he would just dive into them. He had no self-control. But the idiot was like, at one point, after he'd been fired, was working and saying, "Oh, I'm eating nothing but chicken and beans," as if he wanted pity. "I'm running on fumes." And I was just thinking, that's not so bad. Chicken and beans for an extended period of time, you're getting plenty of what you need, you're not,
We'll support you.
yeah. But at any rate, in terms of the point I was making about the post office, I understand that it will run out of money by February of 2027. Its own agency chief has articulated that. The Postmaster General has gone on record to say that the post office is running out of money as soon as October. Basically, it's reported net losses. The United States Postal Service has reported net losses of $118 billion since 2007. So it's on track to run out of cash within the year unless Congress allows it to borrow more. So knowing that, I presume all of the workers just don't give a shit. They might be just, it's like malevolent compliance where they're doing their jobs, but doing them as poorly as possible. And
Wait, what was that?
Yeah. So
What
did you
did I
hear what I
miss?
said? Did you hear what I said?
No.
Okay.
No, I had to drop off.
So
this.
the Postmaster General has gone on record to say that the United States Postal Service has experienced enormous, astronomical losses as it's running out of cash. It's just basically.
But isn't
Honey?
that the motherfucker that Trump appointed
That's what
to
I've been
run the
wondering.
service into the ground?
Yeah, I mean,
And they
had
are
deficits already,
succeeding?
but
Yeah,
it
so-
just-
I
So-
know, because there's FedEx
Yeah,
and
but
UPS and the corporate
well, those people are
chokehold.
getting hit.
Yeah,
Yeah, those
yeah.
people are getting hit really badly.
They are, but
yeah.
there's drones, so
And so the U.S. Postal Service has reported this net loss of $118 billion
it
since the
guts
year my
me.
father died, since 2007. And because of that, they're only allowed to borrow a certain amount each year. And the U.S. Postmaster General is arguing that they have to lift that cap on what the post office can borrow, or it's going to run out of money by October. Definitely will declare bankruptcy by February of 2027. So as a result,
How many hundreds of thousands of jobs?
well,
The
So
last
much for
these
forever stamps.
yeah.
How-
Well,
or
that,
the
that
stamp
was. Do you
art.
know what I had to pay for a single stamp? For an
No,
envelope.
what is it now?
It's just a regular little survey. That paper can't weigh much. So it's
No,
just a
no.
little
How much
survey.
is it right now? I need to know, 'cause
78 cents. 78
Yeah,
cents.
yeah.
I had to pay 78 cents. No, I don't give
I
a
don't
shit, but
They
care.
charged
I'm
me
loyal.
extra to send you that stupid New Year's card.
Yeah, yes.
And they said, "What's in it?" And he was like searching through it, and he said, "Oh, there's a coin in here. I'm going to take it." You know, that's basically what he was telling us.
Seriously.
Oh.
Yeah, seriously.
I had to talk him down and then get tracking.
Yeah,
It was like
Yeah.
$2 or something. Yeah.
good God.
They
Yes.
never
And-
let
and-
me down.
And if Brendan had just jumped into his vehicle and drove that to me, it would have gotten here faster.
Yeah.
That thing took forever to get to me. But all such being said, what was egregious is that, okay, I had 3 comparatively attractive women in front of me. Not complaining, waiting in line, but 2 of them are sneezing and coughing. Now, the one
Wow.
closest to me was physically okay. And she had some kind of germophobia, I guess, because she's carrying a box in one arm and she's carrying this bag full of shit she needed to mail in the other. And I said, honey, why don't you just put that up here on the rack? It's meant for you to put everything on top of it. You just slide it along till they call us. And she did that with one of her bags, but held the box. It was like she was afraid she would get germs from putting it on this rack, because everybody uses the rack. But nobody was there, and nobody was using the rack. And if anything, I'd be more afraid of the ladies in front of her who were coughing and hacking and sneezing and wheezing. And but anyhow, I know whatever cold I caught was from the post office or that horrible woman in front of me in the pharmacy
Man.
who had the disposable needle syringes in a biohazard box that she's trying to dispense with at the pharmacy, which didn't make any fucking sense. And obviously, the first thing I thought, this would be the logical conclusion, is she's on some kind of regimen where she's injecting herself constantly and is trying to throw the needles away, and she stands in line at the pharmacy to do that. Or it just didn't make sense otherwise. I don't know why else she would have a box like that. And but at any rate, both cases I was exposed forever to a woman just coughing and hacking and sneezing, and their lungs are coming out. It was like, but then we're waiting forever. Got this young Chinese guy who's the manager, and he won't serve anybody. He's just going back and forth, loading and unloading, and they have only one woman who's working. And she ain't really working. It's like she's just dragging her service out. We were there until it closed. It closed while we were there in line. But before it closed, this young, attractive Chinese girl comes in a wheelchair, motorized. And I just instinctively move aside for her, and she almost takes it. She almost takes my place in line because I instinctively move aside for her. And then she says, "Oh, are you waiting?" I said, yeah, I just want to buy a stamp. Just to let her know it shouldn't take me long. And so, and so I just stayed in line. But it was like, of course I could be a real dick about this. Like, what world does she live in? Where, "Oh, are you waiting?" Like, no, I'm just hanging out here at the post office in line because I got nothing better to do with my life, and I just
the turnstiles that lead up to the windows.
Yeah, and it's like, but I don't know what all these attractive girls were doing there, but especially the one from me and the Chinese girl in the wheelchair behind me. But they're all coming in around closing time. Oh yeah, then this one woman comes in, and that's when the manager goes into action. We're closed, and they can't show mercy to anybody. So, but I need a money order. And then she starts saying, "Oh, can anybody tell me where to get a money order so I can pay my rent and not get evicted?" And it's like, well, bitch, why did you wait until closing hour to come into the post office at the
5
last
o'clock
fucking minute? Now, I was in a similar situation before, but it was no fault of mine. I was literally at the post office, and I was getting the money that was sent to me by Lena Shea via, I don't remember how this was done, but somehow she got the money to me. It had to be physical, because they don't do digital at the post office. So it somehow Lena Shea got me the money to pay rent, but the dumb cunt sent me the exact amount for the money order without enough money to buy the money order. And that's when, because...
You can do that?
What? What do you mean you can do that? Do what?
I thought the one sending the money order had to pay for it.
No, she sent me money, somehow got me money that was the exact amount I needed to buy the money order to pay rent, but she didn't give me the money to pay the money order, to purchase the money.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I had nothing, and a woman at the post office, one of their workers, gave me the money to buy the money order.
The $3 or whatever.
The $1 something, and then I paid her back later. By the way, I made certain to pay her back later, but
that's crazy.
That was miraculous
because you can't get a money order without you pay the fee.
Yeah.
To send the money.
But
I thought.
Well.
All right, but I believe you.
Yeah, but at any rate, at that time it was closing time. That time was closing time, but they had mercy on me. But the whole world changed after COVID, and now the post office is truly going broke, and they're all going under, and they may not have their jobs tomorrow.
Treated like dogs.
Yeah, so they really don't give a shit, and they're not in there to serve anybody. They're just there marking time, and but
it was one of the backbones of a stable society until the shooting started.
Well, there you go. Yeah, going postal. So then when this woman comes in and says, "Can anybody tell me where to get a money order?" And I'm like, "Bitch, it's 6 p.m. All the banks close at 6. You know,
That's
I didn't say that out loud, but what do you say to someone like that? And then says, "Oh, does Safeway still sell money orders? That's an idea. I'll go to Safeway." And when I walked outside, she's still hanging around outside the post office like a lunatic, just kind of meandering around. And I could see she was approaching me. So I wanted nothing to do with that. So I went the opposite direction. Then had to avoid more homeless people, just like I had to avoid homeless people on the way to the post office. When I walk around the block to avoid her, who's on the precipice of becoming homeless by her own claim. I encounter more homeless people that I have to avoid in order to not get the scabies and the various other lice that infest them on the streets. It's just yeah. Anyhow, I had to deal with that before going partying, and in both those cases, whatever cold I caught was caught in one of those scenarios, one of those situations. Just horrible all the way around. But the post office was really the worst. It's really bad. And but such having been our
all
ticket.
heating up. That was surprising to me. You don't get plagues didn't happen in the winter. They happened when it was hot.
Yes.
And that was quite shocking when I realized that. I thought it was like pneumonia, you're crouched around the fire. No, the bad stuff happens when it gets hot.
Yeah. And yeah. So meanwhile,
listen, I gotta edge over to the tube and get comfy for the monologue.
Okay. Well, love you dearly. Right. Stay safe and
love
be well.
You too.
And interject whenever you wish. Just come back on whenever you wish. Okay.
I just may have to.
Yeah. Right. Well, hopefully you do. Yeah. And so meanwhile,
let her rip.
Thank you. Yeah. Meanwhile, NWS San Diego and NWS National Weather Service Los Angeles have issued beach hazard statements for the coastal areas. The alert will remain in place through, basically tonight. And it warns beachgoers of these hazardous ocean conditions such as dangerous rip currents and breaking waves. Per the alert, NWS Los Angeles said there is an increased risk of ocean drowning. Rip currents can pull swimmers and surfers out to sea. Waves can wash people off beaches and rocks and capsize small boats near shore. Remain out of the water due to hazardous swimming conditions or stay near occupied lifeguard towers. Rock jetties can be deadly in such conditions. Stay off the rocks. Now, the overlapping timing of extreme inland heat and hazardous coastal surf leaves residents with limited safe options for relief. While many may be drawn to the beaches to escape high temperatures, forecasters emphasize that water conditions are unusually dangerous and could turn deadly in seconds. Emergency officials urge residents to seek cooling centers or air-conditioned spaces rather than heading to the coast. Stay hydrated and limit outdoor activity during peak heat hours. Avoid entering the ocean until hazardous surf conditions subside, and keep children and pets out of unattended vehicles, where temperatures can become lethal within minutes. With both threats expected to persist through midweek at least, authorities across Southern California are urging continued vigilance as conditions evolve. Now, two forces of society that collide more often than they collaborate are justice and justified outrage. Murder is considered the worst crime out there, but for my money, it's child rapists, who are the worst of the worst. Especially the serial ones who destroy one life after another. That's wholly subjective on my part, but I doubt I'm alone, which is why I was far from surprised at the outrage that accompanied to recent successful parole hearings for convicted serial child predators in Brendan Zogit's city and county of Sacramento. Rather, Sacramento is the capital of all our golden state nation of California. But Brendan happens to live and work there. Now, in terms of these people who are probably in jails within walking distance of Brendan because he lives in Folsom, one of the greatest prison cities on earth, its entire economy is centered around the penitentiary system. Gregory Lee Vogelsang 57 years of age, and David Funston, at the age of 64, both attacked children and were granted parole through California's elderly parole program, though both remain behind bars for now. But the fury over the very possibility of their freedom has put the state's controversial elderly parole program under scrutiny again, and led to a flurry of legislation to add new restrictions. Should sex offenders be excluded, especially heinous murderers? Everyone under the age of 75? It's easy to answer yes to all of the aforesaid. Keith Whatley is the founder and director of Uncommon Law, a nonprofit that provides legal services and parole advocacy. To quote his tea, I want to cough just reading what he says. Part of the problem we have is we shouldn't be making policy decisions based on speculation and on scary rhetoric that's disconnected from the facts. That's how politicians make people afraid, but it shouldn't be how we make law. Well, of course he's right, conceptually, as grotesque as these headline-grabbing cases are. In 2024, there were 3,580 elderly parole hearings, and 606 people were granted that relief. Most have remained law-abiding. It could be argued. Most crimes, of course, don't go reported. Now, in the 2019 through 2020 year span, the most recent recidivism statistics available from CDC are 221 people were granted elderly parole. Within 3 years, only 4 had been convicted of new crimes, and only one of those was a felony for a crime against a person. That tracks with lots of data that shows men generally age out of violent crimes, or at least that's the argument that's presented to preserve the program. But Funston and Vogelsang are the worst of what we fear when we talk about parole, and their cases rightfully make us wonder what the fuck the people board, well, the parole board, or the people on the said parole board, are doing at our expense. Their salaries, after all, are being paid for by our tax dollars. Though Governor Gavin Newsom sent both of these decisions back for review, it's easy to imagine the attack ads should he run for president. Under Newsom's watch, child rapists walked free. Tian Ho, the Sacramento district attorney, whose own office prosecuted both men in question, has gone on record to state, "Elder parole has gone too far. I support the opportunity of people to be rehabilitated, but I think that certain individuals, in my opinion and in my experience, cannot be rehabilitated." Here's where I'm going to, well, I suppose make a lot of folks mad on both sides of this issue, simply because I need to make a point. I agree with Tian Ho, but theoretically, I comprehend where Whatley is coming from. You could argue that we can, or rather, we should not pass laws.
Oh, don't tell me you're trying to keep it for yourself later.
Yeah.
Keep it on the books. Keep it on the books.
Yeah. Just for the devil's advocate argument here, truly a devil's advocacy argument. I don't really mean this, but I could argue that I don't think we should pass laws based on our grimmest view of humanity. Removing hope from the system turns our prisons into dungeons, after all, and does not ultimately, it could be argued, serve public safety. But then, neither does releasing serial child molesters into our communities. Now, lost in all the wrath about these twat cases is the difficult business of justice. that led to the early release law in 2014, and any interest in the hard and nuanced conversation that we need to have around the, well, terrible crimes. It's easy and popular to say no violent criminal should ever be released, but we can't just lock up everyone with no possibility of ever getting out, because the R in the CDCR stands for rehabilitation. And also, we just can't afford the forever scenario, morally or fiscally. Now, California tried the throw away the key model in the 1980s and 90s and ended up with prisons so overcrowded that the federal courts stepped in. The original elderly parole effort came through a 2014 court decision on overcrowding that gave inmates 60 or older who had served at least 25 years a chance to go before the parole board. A chance, no guaranteed freedom, and usually it takes multiple hearings years apart before the board approves it. Later, the legislature expanded elderly parole to inmates 50 or older who had served 20 years, but excluded those sentenced under the three strikes law or those who had murdered peace officers. Because, police are a protected species, which doesn't make any fucking sense because they're paid to take those risks. So why we should consider it more of a crime to kill a person paid by our tax dollars to protect us, since all they're doing is what they're paid to do, that should matter, yet their life seems to matter more than a regular citizen getting killed. Well, that's where everything is bass backwards and upside down. That having been articulated, the reality is California has a lot of old, aging, and sick people behind bars at great expense. As we grapple with the idea of universal health care, there's one place in California where it already exists: our prisons and our jails. We currently we pay more than $41,000 in healthcare costs per inmate per year, according to the Legislative Analyst's Office. Now, I'm not going to tell you it's the best healthcare, but it's taxpayer funded and includes even long-term dementia care. And yes, we do have incarcerated dementia patients, Ron Jeremy having been one of them. Now, the State Assembly member, Maggie Krell, a Democrat from Sacramento, is sponsoring a bill that would create an additional layer of safety around sex crimes by referring these possible parolees to the civil system that evaluates sexually violent predators for confinement in mental facilities after their prison terms. With the kind of thoughtful rationality sure to offend many, she has been quoted as saying, "This is about reducing our prison population and our liability to cover housing and health care for an aging prison population, and we have to balance that with the safety of the community and the rights of victims. Under some circumstances, it is worth considering paroling some of these defendants, but the cases that you're seeing right now are completely egregious, and those defendants should not be released." Now, Vogelsong was convicted of almost 30 counts of kidnapping and sex crimes against children under the age of 5. He served 27 years of a 355-year sentence. David Allen Funston, a Sacramento County child predator, convicted in 1999 of multiple counts of kidnapping and child molestation, was granted parole suitability under California's elderly parole program after serving more than 2 decades in prison, per the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office. I did inquire. Now, David Allen Funston was convicted in 1999 of 16 counts of kidnapping and child molestation for, well, they were all toddlers. still in baby carriages. He was sentenced to 3 consecutive 25 years to life prison sentences. Newsom bounced his first successful parole bid back to the parole board for a review, and on February 18th, bigger and whale shit, it actually affirmed its own decision. But Placer County prosecutors quickly charged him with an old crime that had never been filed due to the Sacramento case, and he remains incarcerated awaiting trial on those charges. Now, Vogelsang's case particularly raised a red flag for me. He told the parole board he's been working successfully for about 5 years to control his murderously sexual thoughts about children. During the hearing, he testified, and here I quote his T verbatim, "I don't want to become aroused when I hear a child scream, but I know it's always going to be there." Newsom also sent Vogelsang's case back for review, and he will go before the board again on March 18th. Matter of fact, that was today. Vogelsang's testimony was concerning enough that if I had a vote in this, I'd probably ask him to come back again in a few years. But we'll see what the board does. We're going to find out, likely the hard way, once he's loose on our streets. Now, Brendan's asking something about this. Let's take a look at what he sent me. About 19 shooting, someone says in their lifetime study says, so it says here about 19 million people in the United States have thought about shooting someone in their lifetime. A University of Michigan study found that 19 million U.S. adults have seriously thought about shooting someone, including roughly 8.7 million in the past year. So is your question about that? Because Brendan then follows up with, what is the point of this? That's what it's made for, the guns, right? Yes, I'm getting to that point. Okay, so give me time. I'll get there soon enough. And I hear you. I hear you. So this brings us to the fact that when I said I would tell Vogelsang to come back in a few years, I'll admit my decision would be emotional. And these cases do make me wonder. Of course, on a theoretical, in a legalistic sense, meaning in theory, the aforecited Whatley is right that condemning elderly parole based on the monstrous deeds of these child predators is short-sighted. There is likely little to no public safety benefit in raising the overall age for elderly parole, and certainly no fiscal benefit, Whatley himself pointing out, and here I quote his T, just to present the other side. When you're paying for older, sicker people to be incarcerated and they don't pose a risk to public safety, what are we actually getting for that? We're not getting anything that supports survivors. We're not getting anything that prevents crime. We're just spending taxpayer dollars on something that doesn't correlate with the public safety risk. In other words, he's saying that, like Ron Jeremy, it's kind of like a boys' band. They grow out of it because they lose the ability to get erect and perform. I guess he's not taking Viagra into account. Now, some might argue, as he would, that as hard as it is to
why not just process them out of this world if they've already been like proven without a shadow of a doubt? It's like,
yeah, you're taking the punchline. You're taking the punchline out of my mouth. You are taking the punchline out of my mouth.
And get those 19 million people to use their fucking guns. It'll be like everyone gets a free shot, one shot for free.
Thank you. I love it. Good idea.
Which is such a stupid, I mean, can you believe that study? I mean, it's like, dude, why else would you have it?
Yes, of course. Yes.
So redundant. Yeah, it's redundant.
Thank you.
You know.
Thank you. Yeah, it's
not advocating anything, but just you know, that's what it was designed for.
Thank you. Now,
Person-to-person combat.
thank you. Well, yes, execution really. Now, because it's not really combat, but at any rate,
Well, PvP. They call it PvP in like shooting games.
there you go.
Person versus person.
Thank you. Now, there may be strong evidence of change and a low risk to public safety, even from those who have committed truly terrible crimes decades ago, that would rationalize their release. I'm using that term pointedly. And you could claim that that's a kind of fair. Go on.
I don't know if you mentioned, like, I'm not saying you didn't, but I didn't hear it. The most important part is that these guys got granted this. Even the sheriff's department, nobody knew about it. It just happened. They just said, yeah, he's got it.
Thank you.
And the governor, nobody knew about it. It's almost like it was like a Q program.
Yes.
Some like Q asset just goes in there and picks the worst of the worst and says they're free.
Tell people about this. That the sheriff only found out after it was done,
media.
after the deed was done, through media.
Yeah, he came out, like, because everyone was up in arms. They said, look, you're not protecting us, like, screw you. Yeah. And he's the chief, so he had to come out and he said, look, I didn't even know until someone had said this. It was like no one brought it to his desk. No one said, hey, by the way, you know, you're gonna have a dangerous guy in the neighborhood. Nothing. It just happened. It was just like that.
Thank you.
Even the governor said that. He said, yeah, I didn't know either. Just, it was there.
So it's a covert program. This is a covert program in operation.
Yeah, so it's got to be a Q.
It's a Q.
Some kind of Q.
It's a
Q
program.
program.
It's a Q-gram.
Yeah.
That's he even used that term, a Q-gram.
Yeah. Where he said, oh, if you do all this heinous shit, one day I'll get you back.
Yeah.
That's the only explanation, because it's outside of the realm of reason.
So what this Q board is trying to claim, they're trying to get us to wrap our minds around.
Same with that other law that got passed that we talked about already.
Oh yeah. Which one was that? Not the Nebraska law. You're not talking about that. Was
no. The one where they said, they said we got to close this loophole where you can, basically buy people off the streets if they're between.
Yes, that's right.
And then all these people showed up and they voted against randos, like all these white dudes from the Senate and the legislature. They just showed up.
Yeah. What happened?
And said, no, we can't have that.
Yeah, what Brendan is referring to.
It's going to protect, like, what did they call it? Sensitive groups.
No. What Brendan is referring to is the effective legalization of child prostitution. Am I not correct? Effectively? I mean, basically what they said was...
Well, there was a loophole. They said, okay, up to this certain age, like 16 or something, that's, that's bad, right? But then, 18 and above gets covered by regular laws.
Right.
And then there was this gray area that they didn't patch, it's called like in computer terms, it's called like a patch.
Yeah.
An update patch. They never patched the glitch.
Yeah.
In the law, they never patched the glitch. And then when someone finally tried to say, oh wait, you can't do, this is obviously a problem because there's a lot of, homeless youth that are getting, taken advantage of. We can't prosecute people doing it because it's just a total gray area.
The argument they made was, but these people are their saviors. By these people who when they sell their services to these men, that these men are their only potential chance for escape from poverty. That's what they were saying.
Yeah, they were saying sensitive groups like LGBT and other groups that were being, these kids had no home and stuff. But that's not how you fix that. It just is such a crazy. And sure enough, it still hasn't been fixed. They got their way.
They got their way. Yeah, when they were trying to patch this or resolve this patch, then what happened was all these guys came out of the woodwork and say, you'll deny these children access to people who can guide them to social services.
Or literally adopt them. It was like something sick like that. It was like, we can, they'll save them.
Yes.
By paying for everything. And it's like, look, that's not how that works.
Yeah. Like I did with Ed Beth, but that's like.
Oh, don't worry, you're good. You're cool.
But hey, I'm cool in California, people.
Even if they pull the statute of limitation, you can just say, look, it's a gray area.
Yeah.
I was helping.
That's it. Yes. Yeah, that's right.
What is it called?
That's right. Yeah.
What did they call it?
Not,
sensitive youth or something?
Yeah. Oh, vulnerable youth.
Vulnerable. Yeah, vulnerable groups.
Youth.
I was helping vulnerable groups.
That's right.
I wasn't vamping. I wasn't vamping on them. Anyways, I want nothing to do with this. Just a disclaimer. I'm going to give the Troy Bellamy disclaimer. I do not support or condone anything on the Dietrich program. I am merely I'm not even paid. I'm merely just an innocent soul in this.
Now, as hard as it is for us to wrap our minds around this, what they're trying to tell us, the people on the Q board, they're trying to tell us that it's best for public safety to allow even the worst of the worst their chance in front of the parole board. Now,
why?
Well, this is what brings us.
I mean, they didn't do that. No, I'm not defending him. They didn't do that for Charles Manson. They said, "Oh, he's a risk. Yeah, he's a risk."
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now, that's true.
This guy's fine, right?
Yeah, he died in jail. Yeah, and now, if you really want the kind of fair and realistic justice that no one on either side of the issue wants to talk about. First off, let's just say that I think Brendan and I stand shoulder to shoulder in saying that neither one of us is convinced that Vogelsang and Funston have met those bars. The other side would argue that doesn't mean we should throw out the bars. What I would say is, if you want to really solve the problem of all these elderly people in prison taking up so many resources, and they're just getting old, and they're on palliative care, and they're on life support, and it takes a hospital bed to even keep them alive in prison, we need to reinstate the death sentence in California. That solves the problem. Problem solved. It costs too much to keep this man alive. He's not actually cognizant. He's dementing. And in that case, a decision needs to be made to execute them. And for those guys who are already bedridden, you can do it by lethal injection. It's not a logistical problem. Now, the United States public overwhelmingly supports the death penalty. So this is not something that would be unpopular. You wouldn't need to argue for it. You wouldn't need to sell it. Everyone would be happy to pay less taxes to keep these dudes alive. And when it comes to the point where, okay, he's getting old, and but he's got all these life sentences, and look at what he did, but it costs so much to keep him, he's just kill him. I mean, seriously, there needs to be a statute of limitations, as you can get sentenced to multiple life sentences, but if you happen to live to the point where, your health has degenerated to the point where it's costing so much more to keep you alive, well, that's your ticket out through the gas chamber. That's the Nazi in me speaking out, but I don't think most people are going to agree. Disagree, I mean to say. I don't think most people are going to disagree. So yes, there are obviously killing someone it might be considered heavy, but it gets easier the more you do it. So a lot of these old elderly people being processed out of prison through the morgue, we would save billions of dollars. So that's what I would ultimately advise, would be a reinstitution of the death sentence in California, which has the largest penitentiary system in the world. We have more people in jail than most people have in small nations. So there we go with that. And if anybody has any arguments, you're free to enter them in the chat. And hopefully in commentary.
I was going to enter mine verbally. Well, I was going to at least just qualify something.
Yeah, of course, by all means.
So I was looking at, they updated the so-called draft, right? Today they like updated the selective service, like
all right,
who can get drafted and who can't get drafted. So convenient, right?
Yeah. All
and
right.
and one of the only groups that's like completely it's not, I forgot what it's called. Is it an exemption or something? A deferment. Some group that has like indefinite deferment are people that are incarcerated.
Interesting.
That's how you can get out of being drafted. And I was going to ask you, what in the military, I get there's like code of ethics, but why can't they just draft them into like crack units that just get fucking, if you survive, you survive. And if you don't, you don't. And then then people will do less crimes, Like,
I hear
is that
you.
too radical? Is that too radical?
No, not at all. It's not like it hasn't been tried.
Anyways, I can't.
Yeah.
I have to go do some work, but
Of
I just
course.
wanted to ask that. So,
No,
but I'll
it's a legitimate question. I really have. All I can present is historical examples. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I could go on about the Spanish Foreign Legion was infamous. And Spain has a Foreign Legion, for those of you who do not know. Spain has a Foreign Legion, but they were infamous for emptying the prisons. They would just like, oh, we need to fill up the ranks, and they would just take people out of the prisons. It's not like this hasn't been done. I could bring up the Karl Derlwenger unit of the Third Reich, but that's kind of a very special case. It's not something that really fits in with the what Brendan has. People would think it does, but in a sense it does not. These were hardcore criminals that included child predators, pickpockets, the people who got caught poaching in wartime. Various criminals of all sorts were the personnel of the Karl Derlwenger unit. And yet I would take them over any freshly laundered troops from Breslau on the Eastern Front. They were partisan Jaegers, or they hunted partisans. They hunted the Soviet terrorists operating behind the lines, and they did what they had to do. They also specialized in radiological, chemical, and biological decontamination, or the cleanup after deployments of chemical weapons. And they helped to clean up the sites after the deployment of the Nazi atomic bomb on Kurland, which I've covered historically many times in the past. Kurland is spelled Kurland in the German. It's anglicized as Kurland, Courland. That's where the Nazi rocket with a nuclear warhead launched from what was known as Raketin Island, or Rocket Island, in the Baltic Sea. Culminated in stopping the Soviet advance by atomizing it. And Karl Derlwenger unit participated in the cleanup after that operation, while the civilians were being mass evacuated in the largest human evacuation in all recorded history, Operation Hannibal. Now, all of that being qualified, sometimes it's good to have a few bad men, but when it comes to the situation with Americans, I don't believe they have the same cultural fabric to make that work. You see it romanticized in films like The Dirty Dozen, but obviously the modern or postmodern concept of that would be conveyed in popular culture with Suicide Squad, which is they're operating under duress with explosives implanted at the base of their skull. So these options are there. It's not that I'm advising against it, but what kind of situation would you apply such units in? The Germans, of course, were in the middle of a world war, a conflict of total mobilization. So that's completely understandable and in context. The Spanish colonial form of warfare gave birth to the Spanish Foreign Legion. And these are examples where, okay, such units make sense. In America,
What about the Gurkhas? The Gurkhas.
well, Gurkhas are not criminals. They're just a ethnic group that has, they're Nepalese, like a Nepalese subculture that ultimately.
It's just that they were so hardcore. They basically were. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Is that
yeah.
what-
Well, they're viewed that basically the British viewed them as tribal warriors. So the British had a deep respect for them as tribal warriors. Now, what's interesting, and Brendan knows all about this, what's interesting is that the royal family of Nepal, which maybe someday a constitutional monarchy will hopefully be reestablished with someone from of that familial descent, somebody of that genealogical bloodline. But in the interim, the overwhelming majority of the family was massacred by one of their own. Crazy son of a bitch. Obviously, an MK Ultra victim came in and massacred the entire royal family, after which Nepal went communist. Now, it was ruled by the Communist Party, and yet the Gurkha mercenaries still operated out of Nepal. But this is where the paradox comes in. You know, I was never able to explain it to my father while he was alive, because I didn't have the research capacity to look it up. By the way, we've got JP Powell 1025 in the chat says, "Love you, brother. I'm going to email you a song I wrote about the Epstein situation. I put the words in Suno and made an awesome jam. Please check it out. Thank you." This isn't Ian West, is it? Yeah, that's what a thing to write a song about. Oh my God. You know, I don't know what emoji to provide in response to that, but hey, I appreciate your artistic creativity. All I could say is, let's see if I can find a suitably wide-eyed emoji there we are. This one does well. No, that's not the one I wanted. This one is the one that I wanted. There we go. And okay, so that having been articulated, where were we again? We're talking about foreign legions and criminals, and what was I on about? That threw me off. Seeing that in the chat really fucking threw me off. So, Brendan, if you could remind me where I was at on that topic of I was talking about World War II. Somebody help me out here in the chat, please. Tell me where the fuck I was on. What the fuck I was on about? Oh, Nepal.
The Nepalese royal family.
Yeah. While my
Nepalese royal
dad
family.
was alive, I could never explain it to him because I had no computer, no internet. There was no way for me to have access to the information accessibility I do today. So I didn't know why the communists were taking over Nepal without any Gurkha interference. Because we were watching documentaries while my father was still alive about the communist insurgency in Nepal. And my dad kept saying, "Where are the Gurkhas? Why aren't they responding to this?" Well, they're all overseas fighting for somebody else. They're all mercenaries. They just have this sense of duty, honor, loyalty to their employers, which has forever been the British Empire. But they seem to have no sense of that for their homeland. So it's like, well, I'm not getting paid to fight the communists at home. And the communists ultimately won. An MK Ultra communist Chinese programmed member of the royal family came in and massacred his entire family before killing himself or before being put down like a rabid dog. And then the communists took over. And so the communists ran Nepal for a while. I think they've been voted out finally. Everybody got tired of this shit. but they consistently debate as to whether or not to do away with the Gurkha system. Now, let's be realistic here and try and, I'm a solutions kind of guy. The solution would be change your employer. I would say that since the Gurkha are not being provided anything by the fucking Brits in terms of support for their homeland, then change your employer to the Communist Chinese. As far as I'm concerned, since the Communist Chinese have infected your nation, run its politics for a good long time, obviously have an influence so profound that Nepal is effectively an extension of Tibet, then by God, the Gurkhas just need to change their employer to the Communist Chinese. Run up a multi-generational contract with them, and everybody will sign up. And this way, the Chinese have plausible deniability. Oh, a bunch of Gurkhas overran a base camp in India. Oh, Gurkhas overran a base camp or a fire base in Myanmar. And the Chinese just twiddle their thumbs and say, oh yeah, them Nepalese, man. Got no control over them. So there you go. I mean, solutions for everybody. In the interim, reinstall a constitutional monarchy, even if you've got a communist system. It can be done. They did it in Cambodia with Prince Sihanouk and the Red Prince. And so, yeah, it can work. And that's the biggest hope for communist China. The Emperor Bao'Dai's descendants, who are heirs to the throne of Vietnam, live in California, in the Orange County region of coastal California. So, by God, just render them the constitutional monarchy of the Greater Sino-Viet Union of United Vietnam and Communist China. They never even need to go home. They can just be acknowledged as a constitutional monarchy in California. And that will encourage Chinese and Vietnamese investments in our Gold Coast of California. You can't lose. And this way they can still say, hey, we've got a constitutional monarchy, and not feel that he's ruling over them. He's not even in country. But that would encourage a lot of investment into ours. So, yeah, I've got solutions for everything. And believe me, they're original, they're out of the box, and they always work. Well, maybe not always, but it's the exceptions that prove the rule. Now, in the interim, okay, Jay Powell says, I just sent it. I'm not going to open it on air. I'm afraid of what I'm going to find. So I have no idea where he sent it. I'm not seeing anything in the email. But yeah, I'll just say thank you for your participation. Thank you for your participation. And with that, we'll dive back into it. So, participation. Okay, there we are at JP. There we are. Okay, there we go. So that having been tended to, he says, you're welcome. Well, that's fun in its own right. Now, J.D. Vance is learning what Mike Pence already knows. $5 diesel fuel means pain beyond the pump for the American economy. Now, J.D. Vance is learning the lesson that Mike Pence learned before him. Signing on with Donald Trump might seem like a shortcut to the top, but it's actually a guarantee of humiliation. The price of diesel fuel has surged above $5 a gallon in these United States, the highest in 4 years, creating new inflationary pressure on anything Americans buy that relies on truck transport, which is to say, pretty much fucking everything. So it's not just your average drivers feeling the pain at the pump in recent weeks, with the price of diesel spiking more than 36% in the past month. Farmers, shipping companies, and the retail industry are all seeing an impact, and that will soon mean higher prices for just about everything, with the energy economist Philip Verlager telling Reuters the costs of all products will rise. A spike in global crude oil prices resumed in early trading yesterday as Iran continues to strike oil infrastructure and shipping in the the Gulf region. The global benchmark Brent crude index rose to $104 per barrel, up more than 3.7% compared to Monday's close, an increase that comes after Iran's foreign minister said that the Strait of Hormuz would only be closed for tankers and ships belonging to our enemies. Well, this puts Vance at a crossroads. The day before yesterday, in the Oval Office, the New York Post's chief D.C. correspondent, Steve Nelson, asked President Trump how he would determine if the rumor that Iran's new supreme leader is gay is true. Swerving towards a more theoretically relevant topic of nuclear bombs, Trump said, "Well, so far nobody knows. If you look at his father, he used to give talks. You know, talking about death to America. He'd say death to America all the time. When they say death to America, you should believe them. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. Iran is a shell of itself. It's no longer a bully. It's the bully that gets bullied. It's the bully that got beat up. We beat the crap out of them, and they deserve that." J.D. Vance stood behind Trump, smiling softly. It was difficult to make out if he was mortified or suppressing laughter. When it comes to bullying, there are layers here. Mojtaba is 56 years old, nicknamed the Power Behind the Robes, and is known to have had a sexual relationship with his childhood tutor, kind of like Brandon Young did with Noam Chomsky. In Iran, however, homosexuality is punishable by death. His father did not want him to lead the country because of concerns around his personal life. Trump laughed out loud earlier while being briefed by intelligence on the subject. I'm going to sneeze. The problem is these sneezes are not coming out. That's the worst. But, you know, it's like I said, this was either what I was exposed to at the post office or at the pharmacy or both. But it really fucking sucks. And the temperature drops precipitously at this hour. So excuse me while I get my old man shawl around my shoulders to prep for the rest of the night, because it gets that bad. Now, maybe Vance and Mojtaba can bond over having been overlooked by their larger-than-life mentors. Mike Pence should have been a warning to J.D. Vance about the inevitable abasement in store once you join a ticket with Donald Trump. Before he became Trump's running mate a decade ago, conservative Christian values were the center of Pence's political identity. But in October of 2016, he reluctantly stood by Trump after the release of the tape in which Trump boasted about grabbing women by the pussy. It was a sign of things to come. Pence became vice president, and for the next 4 years, he defended his boss through moral abominations and deficit explosions that cut against his fiscal conservatism, flinching only when Trump asked him to help steal an election. His reward? Trump did nothing while a mob threatened to hang Pence by the neck until dead. All of this was common knowledge when Vance agreed to run with Trump in 2024. No one lands on a presidential ticket if they're not outrageously ambitious. Nearly every Veep for at least a century has fancied themselves a future president. But Vance is particularly brazen. Becoming Trump's running mate required a years-long effort to ingratiate himself with a guy whom Vance had, in the pages of Atlantic magazine, referred to as cultural heroin, and elsewhere called America's Hitler. Maybe Vance's ambition blinded him to Pence's lesson, but the war in Iran is teaching it to him the hard way. For the first year of Trump's presidency, Vance's Faustian bargain looked like just that, a Faustian bargain. Though smart, Vance is not an especially talented politician. He won election to the Senate from Ohio only with Trump's endorsement, and he lacks anything like Trump's charisma. By signing on with Trump, however, he not only ended up one heartbeat from the presidency, but also became the heir apparent to Trump's political movement and the presumptive Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party nominee in 2028. Trump has often lavished praise on Vance, and Vance's clearest rival, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, told Vanity Fair that he won't run if Vance does. Vance isn't taking any chances, himself joking to the magazine's photographer, "I'll give you $100 for every person you make look really shitty compared to me, and $1,000 if it's Marco." But Trump's recent military malpolicy has complicated this easy ascent. Vance has built a political profile around his opposition to foreign intervention, which he traces to his own disillusionment while serving as a Marine in Iraq. That meshed well with Trump's first-term image, if not his reality, but it clashes with the imperial ambitions of his second. Vance was conspicuously missing when Trump launched the January raid to abduct the Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro. He's also been scarce since the start of the Iran war, which threatens to turn into a quagmire with record speed. The Iran campaign shows, as Idris Khaloun recently wrote, that within the Trump administration, Vance's opinions seem to matter less and less. Even worse for Vance, Rubio is ascendant. The MAGA gadfly Laura Loomer noting that when Trump spraketh in Vance's home region last week, the Secretary of State received gushing acclaim from the president. All that Vance got was short shrift. Vance has begun making public statements in support of the war, but they appear to emerge from clenched teeth. Bolstering this impression was what sure looks like an intentional leak to Politico magazine on Friday that Vance was skeptical of the U.S. invading Iran in the lead-up to President Donald Trump's decision to launch the war. This report was greeted dismissively in the same quarters as a frantic attempt by Vance to distance himself from a doomed war, or, as the New Republic's Alex Shepard put it, a Machiavellian and astonishingly self-serving maneuver. One can never rule this out with Vance, but I think it's just as possible that the story is less a strategic ploy than Vance reacting in frustration to being so ignored by the president. Insofar as Vance has any sincere beliefs in anything other than himself, his opposition to military intervention seems to be one. Though he has changed many of his positions in the past decade, he has remained consistent on this, and he seems to say the same things in private that he does in public. When a maladministration official mistakenly added Jeffrey Goldberg, the Atlantic magazine's editor-in-chief, to a Signal chat about a strike on Yemeni militants last year, Vance was dubious about American misaction, himself so texting, "I just hate bailing Europe out again." Well, turnabout is fair play. Now Europe seems unenthused about bailing Trump out in the Strait of Hormuz. What Vance is learning now is that serving Trump doesn't mean just compromising on some ancillary issues that you care less about, or keeping a straight face during his nonsensical digressions. Instead, Trump will humiliate you even, or especially, on your most deeply held views. Just as Pence found himself obliged to defend Trump's least socially conservative tendencies, Vance is now defending his war in Iran. Vance may have thought he was getting a cheap ticket to the pinnacle of power. The price, it turns out, is much higher than he realized. The cost of his soul. Now, in terms of what else is driving the news, the average retail price of a gallon of diesel was $5.04. Now, AAA says yesterday it was up from $3.65 a month ago. That amounts to a 38% one-month rise in the price of diesel, surpassing even the 30% rise in the price of regular unleaded gasoline over that span of time. The Iran war having choked off supplies of crude oil and other commodities from the Persian Gulf, driving up global prices. In terms of the present state of play, most Americans have little direct exposure to diesel prices, gasoline-fueled and increasingly electric or hybrid cars being the norm. Many houses, especially in the Northeast, rely on heating oil, a close chemical cousin of diesel. Thankfully, spring is arriving. The indirect effects of higher diesel prices, however, are enormous, flowing through to essentially all goods at a time when supply chains are already stressed by higher tariffs. Tractor trailers, trains, and many ships rely on this particular fuel, so the price of bringing virtually all goods to market has risen markedly in the space of a few weeks. Between the lines, this isn't likely to result in immediate price increases, but will shape the pricing decisions companies make in the weeks ahead, especially for heavy, bulky, and inexpensive goods for which transportation is a large share of their total cost. That means that higher diesel prices could thus drive core inflation measures higher, not just up in core goods, or how should I express this? Not just the headline measures that include the direct cost of higher energy. Now, the Federal Reserve will have a harder time looking through those price hikes if they show up in core goods, as opposed to just in retail gasoline or electricity prices. And the Iran war may be about to escalate, as a massive blackout is affecting 9 million people in country. It's time to ask if Trump's going to pivot to Cuba. Cuba's entire electrical grid has suffered a total collapse the day before yesterday, leaving the entire country in blackout. Last week, Pete Hegseth, America's war secretary, tried to insist that the Strait of Hormuz is open for transit, man. The only complication he himself allowed was Iran shooting at shipping. Man, Indeed, that de facto closure has blocked roughly 15% of the world's oil supply. The strait has become the focus of the war. If Donald Trump cannot wrench that route reopen, he will escalate elsewhere. A failure in the SEN, the National Electric System in the Español, as acronymous, of Cuba, left more than 9 million people without electricity this Monday, opening the work week by marking the 6th total blackout that country has experienced in just 18 months. The collapse, which occurred at 13:41 local time, is not only affected home lighting, but also left the vast majority of the population without basic services such as landline telephony, mobile phones, and internet. Lázaro Guerra, a man whose name literally means war, and the man who was reanimated by Jesus Christ, Lazarus, as in a reanimated war zombie or something. Lázaro Guerra, General Director of Electricity at the MINEM, the Español acronym for Ministry of Energy and Mines, reported that the exact causes of this latest incident are under investigation, although he assured that the generating units in service did not report any damage at the time of disconnection. The recovery process is being carried out step by step through the creation of micro-generation systems in small areas that are gradually interconnected. These efforts prioritize service to vital centers such as hospitals and food processing centers. However, progress is slow. In Habana, only 4.9% of customers have had power restored thus far. The infrastructure faces severe obstacles to its restoration. Although renewable sources and generating engines have been activated, the availability of diesel and fuel oil is heavily limited due to the American imperial oil blockade. Additionally, the system suffers from structural deterioration due to frequent breakdowns in obsolete thermal power plants and the government's lack of foreign currency to import fuel. This new widespread blackout worsens an already unsustainable situation. Before the total disconnection, Cubans were dealing with cuts of up to 15 hours a day in the capital and periods of up to 12 days without power in the provinces. As a result, economic activity is nearly paralyzed, leading to increased social discontent. In recent days, protests have been recorded in various cities, some of which have ended in acts of violence and arrests. Cuba is thus experiencing a deep energy crisis that has dramatically worsened in the last 3 months. Even as the Israeli-machinated American war against Iran grinds on amid a mounting human and economic toll, Trump has suggested he could soon turn his attention to Cuba. On Monday, Trump said he expected to have the honor of taking Cuba in some form, himself so telling reporters at the White House, "I think I can do anything I want with it. They're a very weakened nation right now." A day earlier, Trump clarified that his priority, at least for now, is his war in the Middle East, himself being quoted as saying, "We're going to do Iran before Cuba." Though what he means by "do Iran" is anyone's guess. So far, the conflict has failed to dislodge the Iranian regime, and the United States intelligence community reportedly assesses that hardliners in Tehran are consolidating control. Iran has also demonstrated its ability to hit back against American imperial allies and to impose severe economic costs on the world by keeping access to the Strait of Hormuz cut off. all while the American empire has failed to articulate any coherent endgame. When it comes to Cuba, however, American imperial aims are becoming clearer. The New York Times reporting that United States officials have demanded that El Presidente Miguel Díaz-Canel step down as part of their ongoing negotiations with Havana. Likewise, Israel itself has abandoned deterrence and diplomacy as its key strategy. Instead, it prefers domination and degradation, as well as the prevention of adversaries' recovery. But Iran literally has Trump's hit-and-run presidency over a barrel of oil. Trump burned all his bridges, waging Israel's forever wars, and now no one will help him. Thus far, begging for help from other countries with Iran, the President Donald Trump's appeal for our Mu's help is falling on deaf ears. Instead, Trump's call for reinforcements to open the Strait of Hormuz just created the worst of all possible worlds, with the madman Trump warning that he may end America's 52-year reign as our global's, well, the world economy's financial king. Since the late 1970s, American presidents have all mishandled Iran, starting with James Earl Carter, who believed that the 1979 hostage crises cost him a second term, through Barack Obama, whose Iran nuclear deal Trump tore up in 2018. Joe Biden promising to reverse this decision, but as with anything and everything in the Biden misadministration, nothing came thereof. Trump himself was once a critic of George W. Bush's 2003 invasion of Iraq and campaigned against further forever wars. Yet within the past 80 days, Trump has ordered military missions that have resulted in the capture and arrest of the president of Venezuela and, under direct command of the Israelis, the decimation of the Iranian regime's upper echelon, including its supreme leader. The politics of the Iranian war feature an observable gap between interest and action for nearly all parties. The Americans possessed overwhelming casus belli versus Iran for nearly half a century and did not act upon it until 3 weeks past. The Iranians possessed none against America for just as long, but exerted themselves with religious fanaticism to bring this war upon themselves. The Arab autocracies of the Persian Gulf region find themselves under direct attack from the Iranians, but do not respond in kind. The Communist Chinese observe a core strategic proxy and key commodities supplier taken off the chessboard for the second time under 90 days and refrain from direct engagement. The rogue hegemonic Russians watch a literal ally come under attack from their own signal rival and do nothing except perhaps share targeting data. Only the Israelis, it seems, have a consistent record of perception and response to events in the light of their own interests throughout. To reiterate, Israel's strategy is no longer focused on deterrence and diplomacy. It's about dominance and degradation. In launching war against Iran, Israel has made unmistakably clear that it is operating according to a strategic anti-logic very different from the one that has long guided its statecraft. The United States may be participating in the war under Israeli manipulation, but American officials have offered a baffling series of explanations for their aims and have been consistent only in denying that they have entered a forever war. Israel's leaders have been far less equivocal. They seem to have concluded that they are already in a forever war, and that the risk, well, that the task, is not to end it, but to manage it on tolerable terms. Vis-a-vis their American proxy. Indeed, since October 7th of 2023, Israeli leaders have embraced a strategic logic that departs sharply from the way deterrence, domination, and diplomacy have long blended in Israeli statecraft. What some took to be an immediate and traumatized response to October 7th was actually far more durable. Deterrence and diplomacy have been eclipsed by something harsher, a biblical, shall we say, Yahwist or Jehovahist preference for domination, degradation, and the prevention of the adversary's recovery. That shift is now driving a broad set of military actions that are reshaping the region forever. For its first 3 decades, Israel had only armistice agreements with neighboring states. The goal of full peaceful relations with those states was prominent, but it was pursued not through concessions but by projecting power that would make military engagement unattractive, and on 2 prominent occasions not merely projecting military capabilities but using them decisively to seize territory. In 1979 and 1994, that approach finally produced peace treaties and diplomatic relations, but then only with Egypt and the Kingdom of Jordan, and in the former case requiring the return of the Sinai Peninsula. From the 1960s onward, the more vexatious challenge came from the Palestinian national movement, not in any existential sense, but in its ability to mobilize support in the Arab world, command global attention, and endanger Israeli lives through attacks on civilian targets. Here too, deterrence and diplomacy had their place. Deterrence, through the threat that attacks launched from Arab soil would bring harsh and disproportionate Israeli responses. Diplomacy, through American and to a lesser extent European support for measures that gradually hardened into a broad campaign against movements designated as terrorist. That contra-terroristic deterrence logic, occasionally ferociously enforced, worked against some states, especially Egypt and Syria, whose regimes kept their borders largely quiet and barred Palestinians from pursuing what Palestinian movements themselves termed their revolution from Egyptian and Syrian territory. In the Kingdom of Jordan, it nearly backfired before succeeding, helping produce a brief civil war in which the Jordanian army expelled the Palestinian movements. In Lebanon, by contrast, it collided with a fragile political order and profound internal tensions, helping to turn the country into a prolonged arena of civil war and state decay. Israel's response to that failure took a variety of forms, often involving military action, but much of it revolved around finding or creating an entity that could be deterred. Most ambitious, perhaps, was then Defense Minister Ariel Sharon's assumption in 1982 that invading Lebanon, driving the Palestinian leadership back to the Kingdom of Jordan across the river, and allowing Jordan to turn into a Palestinian state would finally produce a Palestinian address to Dietrich, and whose leaders could be kept out of Palestine. The effort left tens of thousands dead, without vindicating Sharon's prediction that, if we stick to our goals, this might be the last war we shall fight in the area. Indeed, the aftermath was problematic, if not existentially threatening. Israel's occupation of much of southern Lebanon continued until May of the year 2000. The Palestinian leadership was expelled, but to Tunis rather than Jordan. Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza launched an uprising in December of 1987, and Hezbollah eventually emerged as a major challenger across large parts of Lebanon. But Oslo restored a bit of the logic, though in more elaborate form. It was not simply a peace process. It was also an effort to create a Palestinian authority that would govern Palestinians, coordinate security with Israel, and convert a dispersed national movement into an address that could be pressured, bargained with, and contained. Israel's military campaign of April in 1996 in Lebanon likewise sought to use mass displacement and international mediation to induce restraint, not only from Hezbollah, but from the Lebanese state and external actors, notably Syria, in the expectation that it would engineer a more stable outcome through diplomacy. Even Hamas, after its 2007 takeover of the Gaza, was treated for long stretches of time less as a partner for peace than as an address for diplomacy and deterrence. Periodic wars, Egyptian-mediated truces, and repeated ceasefires produced a grim modus vivendi. October 7th shattered confidence in that model. Israel's response in the Gaza did not merely seek to restore deterrence. It quickly aimed for something far more drastic, to ensure that the adversary could never reemerge as a governing or military force. Regional diplomacy, for now, has no place. Peace treaties are to be maintained, but forging new ones is a secondary objective to be resumed on a sunnier day. Only the relationship with the Israeli tributary United States needs to be managed via the Zionist occupation government. The same anti-logic now appears in areas other than the Gaza. In Syria, Israel has moved beyond keeping the border quiet. It has entered the zone demilitarized since 1974, struck military assets, and intervened in Syria's internal sectarian politics. The issue is no longer simply deterring a Syrian threat. The operative impulse seems to be to ensure that no Syrian order Israel finds threatening can ever coherently reemerge to Israel's northeast. In Iran and Lebanon as well, the operative objective seems less to shape the behavior of the adversary than to degrade the adversary's capacity, fragment hostile arenas, and prevent recovery from ever occurring. The mass displacement seen in Lebanon circa 1996 is now being replicated on a far more destructive scale, this time with the Lebanese state and diplomacy among the casualties rather than representing part of any solution. Many analyses of Israeli actions since Then, focus on the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu personally, and both his electoral logic and his long-standing fixation on Iran may indeed matter greatly. But Netanyahu himself was deeply implicated in the older approach, most notably in the long effort to contain rather than destroy Hamas. The abrupt shift is one of policy as much as of personality. The strategy may yield real successes. Israel has demonstrated extraordinary military reach, impressive intelligence, breathtaking freedom of action, and an ability to impose severe costs upon its enemies. But the strategy points toward a region in which war has no obvious terminus, because war is no longer being used to produce any stable political arrangement. It is becoming instead the arrangement itself. Thus, while it would be tempting to call Trump's recent foreign policy efforts acts of imperialism, these latest American acts of aggression represent something quite different. This is not any attempt to annex and govern new territories on America's part, or to bring these countries under the United States flag by force, or to launch a years-long campaign to install any new form of governance. This is a bomb first, strategize later mentality. What's striking about Trump is his shrunting indifference to overseas outcomes. You could call this regime change nihilism. You can't call it imperialism. While my analysis serves as both a provocation about the future of the world order and a helpful primer for anyone hoping to better understand how exactly we got here, don't expect too many easy answers. This president does not have any plan for what comes next. The world's most powerful military exists in his hands, not to impose order, but to lash out. This isn't hegemony. It's a hit and run. For all the Bush-style recklessness that American imperial hegemony engendered, it also imposed limits. Past presidents held back on attacking Iran for fear of damaging America's legitimacy or its interests, broadly construed. Trump, caring little for either, has entered a major conflict with astonishing blitheness. The White House press secretary explaining that Trump acted on a feeling that Iran would attack. His minimal commitments, rather than yielding any constrained foreign policy, have lowered the barrier to war, which the Israelis are waging for the sake of itself. The secret to empire being to make war feed war. The Israelis got it down. But hey, Americans, you're the suckers who are fighting it. Jayla Florine 3105 says, first step would be open up BIS for inspection. Won't happen. Second, insight in all activities and finances for military and FBI and CIA and legality of it. Also won't happen. Thank you, Jayla Florine. I truly appreciate your participation. So let's say thanks so very much. Okay, my dear at Jayla Florine 3105. Okay, there we go with that. And let's see if I can give her a proper Okay. So that having been answered. Now, according to Mike Hay and the analysts at Société Générale, on any normal day, about 20 million barrels of crude oil and refined petroleum would pass through the Strait of Hormuz. But Iran is currently allowing a comparative trickle, with an average of just 500,000 barrels per day. And while energy prices may surge in these United States, there's little chance we'd actually run out. But nations like Myanmar, Vietnam, and the Philippines are likely to face oil shortages after about a month. President Donald Trump wrote on Truth Social that most NATO allies have said they don't want to be involved in Israel's American war on Iran, after he previously claimed that unnamed countries would assist in reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The president also suggested yesterday that NATO's inaction could result in consequences for those countries. Evidence that the United States President Donald Trump's relationship with NATO is fraught mounted on the weekend when he suggested the military alliance would have a very bad future if it didn't heed his call to help police the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, doing as Trump requests would pull NATO, and by extension, Canada, into the war with Iran. The foreign minister of Luxembourg called Trump's tactic blackmail. Meanwhile, Trump keeps saying Iran wants a ceasefire, but he doesn't like the terms, and Iran keeps denying that claim. On Monday, Trump made several contradictory statements about whether the United States needs other countries to help it open the Strait of Hormuz, which accounts for 20% of all global energy trade. The Iranian regime has effectively closed the strait to the United States and, probably more importantly, to its sovereign Israeli ships in retaliation for the 12 countries conducting a coordinated bombing campaign in Iran that began in late February. Van Jones, a former Obama administration advisor, argued on CNN's Newsnight with Abby Phillip that the Trump maladministration's inability to deal with this problem in advance has created the worst of all possible worlds. About the maladministration's strategy in Iran, Jones said, "My only point is it's this kind of ready, fire, aim stuff. There could have been a situation where you had the economic pressure, then the protests, then the military strikes, and you might actually have regime change. Now we have the worst of all possible worlds, and it's not clear how to get out of it." Analysts have noted that Iran's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is its strongest card against Trump, meaning the country is unlikely to bend easily on the issue. That puts Trump in an awkward position in a war that he has struggled to justify at home. A recent Washington Post poll found that 65% of Americans don't believe Trump has adequately explained the goals of the American empire in deciding to bomb Iran. For 3 days now, Donald Trump has been chiding NATO allies, as well as Communist China on the Asian mainland, and other countries, saying they should send forces to open the Strait of Hormuz, even as he paradoxically says, "We don't need their help," which Iran has basically held hostage in the wake of the American imperial attack on that country 18 days ago in a war with no endgame. The entire world economy is rocked. Hundreds of oil tankers are stuck, while the few that have tried to move through have been attacked. 17 in toto, or are given the green light by Iran which allowed a Pakistani ship to pass yesterday, Iran's own ships are sailing through, bringing oil to the Communist Chinese Empire of the East. Iran is in total control of the strait. Trump is making veiled threats to allies, saying it would be a mistake for NATO if they don't help. Nonetheless, no one is coming to his aid. The French President Emmanuel Macron put out a firm statement. We are not party to the conflict, and therefore France will never take part in operations to open or liberate the Strait of Hormuz in the current context. The United Germany's Chancellor Friedrich Merz made it clear as well. It is not NATO's war. NATO is an alliance to defend the alliance area. The United States did not consult us before this war, and so we believe this is not a matter for NATO or the German government. Most of the other allies have made similar statements or said nothing at all. Merz is, of course, right. Why on earth would leaders who weren't consulted on the war before it began join the American empire after it surprised the world, putting many other countries in danger? And why would any leader get behind the authoritarian, genocidal Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel and the more deranged by the day Donnie Trump, putting their own service members in harm's way? It's not a shock that Trump doesn't understand why these countries are reticent, because he thinks he's a genius. And of course he's having vilified them over the past year, and his having even tried to take Greenland a few months ago, something he may still yet try to do. Probably isn't something he even thinks about in terms of creating bad blood. Nor are the horrendous tariffs he put in place and the economic turmoil he caused in Europe and most of the rest of the world something in the front of his mind now that he wants their help. He's a selfish, self-centered, hyper-narcissistic, psychotic sociopath. Trump doesn't get that if you treat people like shit, you'll get the same in return. But even for Trump, it is stunning that he thinks that these countries as leaders could do something even if they want it. His tariffs, his threats of land grabs, and his throwing Ukraine under the bus while bowing to Putin several times as low as possible have created enormous anti-American sentiment among the voting public in those countries, even among conservative Euro voters. In Canada, there are people walking around with t-shirts that ask, "Is he dead yet?" The anger Trump unleashed in calling Canada the 51st state and slapping tariffs thereupon caused the Liberal Party candidate, Mark Carney, to mount a stunning comeback last year and become prime minister after conservatives were earlier predicted to win in a landslide. The anger among people across Europe is also palpable over Greenland and the Ukraine. It's quite clear that if leaders actually supported Trump's war by sending ships to the strait, they'd be engaging in political suicide. It's jarring that Trump doesn't at least see that. And anything he does now to retaliate, throwing more tariffs on them or pulling support for Ukraine or NATO itself, would only help these leaders with their electorates. And that really underscores the most dangerous aspect of Trump's misactions in Iran. He doesn't care what the American public thinks. He never made a case for the war to the American people. And this is the first war in postmodern history which the majority are against from the outset. He doesn't even care about his own MAGA base as it fractures over the war. At a press conference, Trump said that the British Prime Minister Starmer told him, "I need to meet with my team before making any decision on sending help." Trump said he told Starmer, "You don't need to meet with your team. You're the Prime Minister. You don't have to meet with your team." Now that is the essence of a dictator. Don't consult anyone, neither advisors nor the people. That's how he got us into this hot, steaming, stinking pile of shit. And it's a pulsating mass of manure that will only grow as those inside the White House worry, and as Trump contemplates sending in the ground troops. By the way, Jelaflorine 3105 says saludos. Thank you, honey. Most blessed be. Unlike myself, the overwhelming majority of you do not have a background in international relations. Unlike myself, the overwhelming majority of you do not possess any special knowledge of foreign affairs. Unlike myself, the overwhelming majority of you would struggle to explain the difference between military strategy and military tactics. Yet, apparently, the overwhelming majority of you knew something our president did not. The Iranians were never going to roll over. They are Iranians. Somehow that escaped Donald Trump's attention. On Monday, according to the Post, he expressed surprise at the breadth of Iran's retaliation. They hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. They fought back. Of course, they did. No one was shocked, except perhaps a titanically self-centered psycho president surrounded by yes men. In fact, he was warned time and again, if he goes to war with Iran, that its mass murderous regime would become harder, that it would widen the bar of the misbehavior, that it would widen the war itself by attacking neighboring Gulf states, that it would retaliate by threatening the global economy, and that it would, fight to the last man. Because they're Iranians. Yet time and again, Trump's advisors downplayed the risks in favor of a chance for him to play a war president on American TV. They believed Iran's leadership was going to fold like Venezuela's did. Meanwhile, Benjamin Netanyahu sold Trump on the idea that Iranians would revolt after the regime's leader was dead, even though his own intelligence said they would get slaughtered. Because no one appears to have remembered that these are Iranians we're talking about. The president has lost control of the war. Battered and bruised, the regime still has control of the Strait of Hormuz, that narrow gap in the Persian Gulf, and with that, a stranglehold on a quarter of the world's supply of oil. 3 tankers were attacked Wednesday midweek last, 3 more Thursday. A Times analysis finding on Monday that at least 16 oil tankers, cargo ships, and other commercial vessels had been attacked. The president panicked over this weekend. He said, hopefully other nations, like the monolithic communist Chinese superstate, the imperial corporate-shogunal Japanese superstate, South Korea, France, and the United Kingdom would send warships to secure the strait. By Monday, he was threatening allies in Europe, himself so saying that if they do not join the effort, it will be very bad for the future of NATO. Just 3 days prior, he admitted to knowing that NATO's enemy, the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire, was helping Iran. He rewarded that effort by lifting sanctions on Russian oil. As a result, NATO allies told him, "You're on your own." Trump is now acting like he didn't need any help anyway, a sign of desperation and perhaps that he may be getting closer to deciding to send American ground forces to secure the strait. Indeed, a White House source told Politico magazine, "The Iranians hold the cards now. They decide how long we're involved, and they decide if we put boots on the ground. And it doesn't seem to me that there's a way around that if we want to save face." Another source saying, "The terms have changed. The off-ramps don't work anymore because Iran is driving the asymmetric action." While Trump's goal at the beginning of the war was unclear and ever-changing, it is no such thing now, as the Iranians have now determined what Trump's objective must be: sending America's sons and daughters to sacrifice their lives in the name of cheap gas. This morning, the Wall Street Journal said, any American troops on the ground would remain targets for Iranian attacks. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, 190,000 troops strong, and its elite Quds Force specialize in asymmetric warfare and have spent decades backing insurgents throughout the Middle East, including in neighboring Iraq, where they helped militants launch deadly attacks on United States troops following the 2003 invasion. But even if American forces occupied the entire coastline of Iran along the Persian Gulf, and even if the United States Navy escorted every single tanker through the Strait of Hormuz, that might not be enough to quell fear in the oil markets, because all it takes to shake the confidence of insurers is a sunk tanker here and there. During a meeting last week, Trump demanded to know why the United States can't immediately reopen the strait. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff explained, according to the Times, that all it takes to stop oil shipments is one Iranian soldier or militia member zipping across the narrow neck of the strait in a speedboat, firing a mobile missile right into a slow-moving supertanker. Like a match into a barrel of gasoline. Though Iran's navy has mostly been destroyed, a source told Reuters it still has plenty of options, including fast attack craft, mini submarines, mines, and even jet skis packed with explosives. Such risk almost certainly means insurers won't underwrite shipping through the strait. It's a situation in which little Iran has Trump where it wants him. To quote the Times, with oil already hovering around $100 a barrel and insurance premiums for transiting the Persian Gulf surging, the image of more burning tankers would make the Iranians look more powerful than they really are. And even if the president were to mount a generation-defining occupation, the goal of bringing down oil prices would not be realized in the short term. On Friday, the Atlantic magazine's Roger Karma wrote that $200 barrels of oil will be a reasonable expectation if the strait remains closed for even a month. Indeed, the only real way of restoring the flow of oil is by convincing insurance and shipping firms that it's safe to go through the strait. As critically analyzed by the Wall Street Journal. And the only way to do that is convincing the Iranians that it's in their interest to provide insurance and shipping firms the assurances they need. So the solution is political. As Trump believes he can do whatever he wants on his own, however, the Iranians have him over a barrel. With oil prices currently at their highest since 2023, the vestigial American middle class is going to burn up as long as Trump's over that goddamn barrel, with the Iranians tossing in the proverbial match. President Donald Trump's bet on war with Iran will have a significant impact on the United States' global financial standing. The trauma of war in Iran will reshape the Gulf. Iran's retaliation against Israeli and vassal American airstrikes has stunned its Arab neighbors, whose worst nightmares are playing out. Iran has hit the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, and Kuwait hard. Even Yemen, Tehran's trusted back-channel and longtime mediator, has not been spared. The Gulf states have intercepted most of the Iranian projectiles, but the strikes have still paralyzed aeroports, ports, and energy arteries. People died in the UAE and Saudi Arabia. The assault has rattled both citizens and the large foreign resident population. The trauma will outlast the missiles. Arab states will rethink everything from defense and regional alliances to overseas investment and their role in global markets, and the way the region recovers will matter to the world. The Bulwark's analyst Jonathan V. Last, that's his last name is Last, described how Trump's decision could speed up de-dollarization and challenge the American currency's dominance, ultimately altering the 52-year history of the petrodollar system. On Monday, forewarning that as the war rages on, Iran and the monolithic communist Chinese superstate could reach an agreement to allow oil transport through the Strait of Hormuz, but under the condition that the currency switch from the dollar to the yuan, Last wrote, and here I read therefrom, "I have been saying since the beginning that America is playing checkers while Iran plays chess. But it's worse than that. American leadership is utterly incoherent. We won, but we need help. We hate our allies. But will our adversaries please come bail us out?" Meanwhile, Iranian leadership survived a transition of power in the midst of war, achieved its strategic objective in closing the strait, and is now looking to leverage Red China's rising economic ambitions against the United States. I don't know how to make people care about this, except to say that if Iran and Communist China on the Asian mainland made this deal, it would absolutely be the beginning of the end of the dollar, backstopping the global financial order. The long-term cost to America will be incalculable. The fact that Iran is making this overture ought to scare the crap out of us, because it's another sign that America's political leadership is completely outclassed. We have an illiterate madman tweeting contradictory bullshit every 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the Iranian regime is calmly and methodically probing the structural weaknesses of the American-dominated global financial order. That's all his words, not mine. In interim, the war is not unfolding as Israel and its puppet United States expected, and Iran possesses more leverage than many observers assume. Among many conservative commentators in these United States, the prevailing view of the war with Iran is one of confidence. The assumption is that Israel and its satrap United States hold the decisive advantage and that Tehran will ultimately be forced to accept Western terms. After all, Iran has been subjected to one of the most intense aero attacks in history, and there is no let-up in sight. But the war is not unfolding as Tel Aviv-Yafo and its puppet Washington expected. Before the Israeli-orchestrated American strikes on Iran, a 14 night, the Alden English for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks agone, Donald Trump appeared to assume that Tehran would ultimately conform to their maximalist demands. An end to uranium enrichment, the dismantling of Iran's ballistic missile program, and the termination of its support for militia proxies across the Middle East. But the Iranian leadership was never going to bow to those dictates. When Washington moved a massive concentration of military power into the Persian Gulf in an effort to intimidate Tehran, the Iranians did not buckle. By the way, dear Brendan, did you have some thoughts?
Yeah, not necessarily.
Okay.
I didn't know.
Well, I'll finish my thoughts then. We'll try and wrap this up for tonight because I do want to end early. I do want people to bear with that fact. I've given the reasons why, and they should be understandable.
And there's nothing in it that can be, like, analyzed logically, as you can see.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just, this is just pure chaos, and it was designed chaos. Yeah.
Absolutely. Nevertheless, I will do my best to contextualize it. So when Israel and its tributary United States eventually launched their strikes, the apparent assumption was that the killing of the Ayatollah and dozens of senior military commanders would leave the regime so weakened that it would have little choice but to capitulate to American demands. Or it would lead to regime change and Iran's new leaders would accept Washington's terms. However, the regime remains firmly in place and appears to possess more leverage than either Jerusalem or Washington initially imagined. With its back against the wall and convinced that it faces an existential threat, Tehran has responded with the full range of its capabilities. It has retaliated directly against Israel, struck at American interests and allied facilities in the Persian Gulf, and moved to stop the flow of oil and disrupt shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a step that is already generating serious tremors in global energy markets. Washington is so worried about rising gasoline prices at the pump that it has granted the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire sanctions relief in order to allow more oil onto global markets, a development that represents a windfall for Vladimir Putin as he continues to prosecute his illicit war of aggression in the Ukraine. What precisely Israel or its vassal...
Did you hear the economy secretary say, 3 more weeks, that's when the war is going to end? Like, it's just, then why even continue? You know when it's going to end.
Thank you. Obviously, it's all bullshit. Thank you for that. Now, what precisely Israel, or its vassal United States for that matter, has gained from this conflict is far from clear. And if Israel's puppet President Trump wants to bring the war to a successful conclusion, the obvious question is whether he has any credible off-ramp. At this stage, there be none in sight. The Iranian regime has not been decisively defeated, and it has both the incentive and the capability to prolong the conflict and further threaten the international economy. The Dietrich, that's the Deutschensprech, or the German speak for Meisterschlüssel. The master key question, therefore, is how Washington expects to persuade Tehran to settle. Inside the maladministration, officials sometimes speak as if Israel and its proxy United States determine the course of events, that they decide when the war begins, when it ends, and the terms Iran must accept. But international politics rarely works that way. The Iranians have a say, and any settlement must take their demands into account. Just like Japan in World War II. And in the end, the Japanese struck the killing biological blow with a threat of projection so undeniable and indefensible. The Americans sued for peace, and the Japanese wiped out all American industry. What little industry that exists is defense contractual, and it hasn't produced enough. It ekes out a production of equipment that we're expending out of inventory. Punishment alone is unlikely to force Tehran to capitulate at any rate. As the Professor John Mearsheimer warned days before the war, Iran has long prepared for the inevitability of major military confrontation and appears all too ready to absorb substantial damage while escalating in response. Strikes on critical infrastructure inside Iran would almost certainly provoke retaliation against strategic and economic targets across the Gulf and in Israel itself. Iran's arsenal of ballistic missiles and drones gives it a significant capacity to inflict great damage across the region. Nor does Tehran have any incentive to settle on America's terms. To make matters worse, Iranian leaders will expect tangible gains, sanctions relief, financial compensation, and guarantees that the attacks will not start again anytime soon. Indeed, as time passes and the economic and geopolitical costs of this war mount, Iran's bargaining position is likely to strengthen rather than weaken. A long war plays to its advantage. If the conflict begins to inflict serious damage on the global economy, Trump will have no choice but to bring this war to an end. Should that happen, Iran will have won an ugly victory. So with that, we'll end tonight's live stream. Please, Brendan, any thoughts?
No, that was it.
Thank you so much. Well, if Aristides is with us, dear man, feel free to enter some links. My thanks to all of Team Dietrich. And I will now prepare to wind down after everything that I've been exposed to over the past few days. Mostly overwhelmingly positive, but still exhausting enough in cumulative effect. I'll give myself an early rest tonight. And okay, I'll call you privately in a few minutes, Brendan. Give me about 20 minutes. And in interim, to everyone who's listening, please make certain to join us again on Sunday night and bring everyone you can, virtually or physically, to listen. Oh, dear Aristides, if you would be so kind as to say good morning.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, great. Yep, I can just barely manage to say good night and good morning. And I've just put a fresh PayPal link in the chat, and the rest is words we could say for next time in between then and now. Send Douglas a little something there on PayPal, or a lot of something.
God bless you.
That's
always beautiful. So thanks so much, and kisses to the ladies out there, hugs to the guys, And of course, everyone stay safe and be well who is supportive of us. And we'll need you to contribute. And you know where to do it. It's on screen. Iran war. Trump says no more Israeli attacks on Iran's South Pars. Let me see. U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened to blow up Iran's South Pars gas field if Tehran continues retaliatory strikes against Qatar. He also promised Israel would stop its attacks on South Pars so he can blow it up, I guess. But what the fuck? I mean, well, that makes sense because then Israel will not be implicated and the strikes will go against any counterstrikes by Tehran would be directed against America instead of Israel. Oh my fucking God. That he obeys his Russian and Israeli masters like a dog. At any rate, U.S.-Israel, as the fallout from the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran widens, BRICS countries face mounting pressure to respond, but internal rifts and competing interests have put the bloc's limitations on full display. Indeed. So he says, so much for the petro yuan. That's from Brendan here. Yeah, quite so. Yes, what a fucking joke. All right, let's shut down the live stream. And...
yeah, they were supposed to be paying for oil in petro yuan. That was like the big scandal.
Oh,
like,
say that again. You got kind of glitched
take
there.
Over.
Yeah, tell us about the big scandal of the petro yuan. You got glitched.
They were saying that they were going to pay for oil only in petro yuan.
Yes.
And everyone said, "Oh, the Chinese communists won." And it's like, okay.
Obviously
I'm
not.
waiting. I'm sure they're going to destroy the dollar, but I mean, it's not so easy to just do a 1-2 punch like that.
No, not at all. It'll take a lot to dethrone the dollar, but nevertheless, you want to prevent it from sliding for selfish reasons on my part and any American. So that having been articulated, okay, we're closing live stream for tonight. Join us, same dragon time, same dragon place on Sunday. All right, and bring a friend or an enemy for that matter. Okay, shutting down. Okay, this is a triple redundancy process, and